to some better chances for rain, hopefully. More clouds and slightly cooler temperatures by mid next week.
Okay, Patrick, thank you. And thank you all for joining us this morning. You can join me later at 11 o'clock for Action News 5 midday. Hope you'll tune in and hope you have a great day.
Take the First Alert Weather Team wherever you go. Live radar, hour-by-hour forecasts, everything you need to help plan your day. Download the free First Alert Weather app today.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is 7 o'clock on a glorious Thursday. Look at this picture from our High 5 camera, Midtown Memphis. Beautiful there as you wake up on this Thursday. 71 degrees on this October 2nd. Let's look downtown. Another great shot there. You can see Tom Lee Park, Mississippi River, the bridge and skyline off in the distance. Let's bring in meteorologist Patrick Ellis, who's been telling us about this kind of condition, these conditions we've been having for the last several days, and this weekend's going to look great, right, Patrick? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yes, weekend looking fantastic across the Mid-South. Just got to get there. We're still about 48 hours away, but I think the weather will at least cooperate with you as you're heading out the door. Yesterday, had a couple of very isolated showers that were able to bubble up in North Mississippi. Obviously, we were anticipating a few more obviously didn't end up being that much. We only had about a 10% chance for seeing that. And of course, didn't even get here to Shelby County. A couple of those were in northern Tippah County. We had a few that were able to bubble up in places like Union County and Prentiss County, Mississippi, Tishomingo County as well. That was part of that backdoor front that was working its way across the area. Still, that backdoor front is overhead here this morning, actually kind of hanging out near the Mississippi River. Drier air is filtering in behind it, and slowly but surely you're going to see a change up in just the humidity values, not necessarily a big change up in what you optically see, because it's been beautiful the last couple of days. We'll keep it going here today. Still a high near 90 degrees. Oddly enough, a southeasterly wind is not going to bring us warmer, muggier air in the coming days. At least for a brief moment in time, it'll actually bring us some drier air here across the Mid-South. Here's a look at dew points, which are showing winds coming out of the south and east, coming across portions of North Mississippi. And we're starting to see that drier air filtering in. When you start to see these lighter shades of green and browns developing, that is indicative of drier air moving in. The farther west that you are, the higher the muggier air is going to be. You see dew points are in the middle to upper 60s across eastern Arkansas. So the drier air has not gotten there just yet, but it's on the way. And oddly enough, the transport mechanism comes by way of a southeasterly wind, which typically just blows moisture off the Gulf. Not the case at least in the next couple of days. We'll actually have a nice drag of drier air, and you can thank Imelda and Umberto for that very reasoning, dragging down that drier air from Canada. Instead of it coming directly out of Canada, it's making a roundabout trip around the Appalachian Mountains that will also kind of filter in our direction. If you didn't know, technically parts of North Mississippi, part of the Appalachian chain. You start getting into the northeastern portion of the state, and you start getting into some of the foothills going into the mountains. But oddly enough, that little escarpment there on the southern side of it helps to filter in sometimes either moisture or also brings in drier air. That's what's happening this time around. The drier air, much more dense. It's moving along the southern side of the Appalachian Mountains, the eastern side and the southern side of the Appalachian Mountains, and that's what's actually going to help to bring in the drier air here locally. Now, as far as today is concerned, yeah, the drier air moves in, but eventually the southeasterly wind gets a muggier feel as that drier air starts to get filled up with moisture coming in off the Gulf, so you'll definitely notice the difference by that point in time. And eventually, we'll start to add in some opportunities for rain as well. So when we look at our first alert feature cast as we move forward here, and again, you're going to notice the southerly winds still in play here, even into the upcoming weekend. There's a big cluster of moisture that's working its way across northern portions of the Gulf and into the southwestern Atlantic. Little area of low pressure here, high pressure here. All that filtering in moisture right up the gullet, right towards the Mid-South. So that moisture pool will start to build northward, and guess what? That will bring us a chance for a few showers by the time we head towards the early portions of the week, as we start to build in a new front that will start to drop southward. That frontal boundary will bring us into the mid portion of the week, and hopefully a little better chance for some rain by midweek, but also some cooler weather, hopefully behind that system. High near 90 degrees for today here across the Mid-South. We'll go 86 tomorrow, lower humidity. Great weather for the upcoming weekend events. You got Minfo Music Fest. You've got high school football, college football with your Memphis Tigers taking on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes Saturday evening over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Again, great weather for that. You got the ending of the Mid-South Fair that continues through Sunday. The open practice for the Memphis Grizzlies as we get ready for preseason games. They kick off Monday. Got great weather to contend with that. Notice, though, the temperatures will ease back up to the upper 80s Sunday and Monday. Get into mid next week, we start adding in a few more opportunities for rain. That will come by way of that moisture pooling up into the area and a frontal boundary approaching us from the north and west. Hopefully behind that front, we see a drop in temperatures that will at least get us back closer to average. There have been some indications of a nice drop, but there's also other indications that keep us plenty warm all the way throughout next week. But I will tell you, through at least the next 6 to 10 days, we're still looking above average, even as we get into what we would call cooler here this upcoming weekend, Andrew. Next weekend rather. That's still above average because by that point our average high would be in the upper 70s.
I love it. I mean, this is great, great weather, good for golf, good for doing all kinds of events and festivals, that sort of thing. Is the Atlantic active? Is this why we're having this nice weather?
I mean, from the standpoint that we had Imelda and Umberto, and that's why we had the drier air. You know, that's what we're talking about, that backdoor front coming from the west, and how I was explaining the drier air filtering down the spine of the Appalachians. That's the positive note here. That's all we got right now. There's nothing going on with the Atlantic at this point. 2 weeks from now, a little different story. I think we may have some implications possibly in the Caribbean and the Gulf. We'll watch that closely, but nothing that we need to be worried about.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis on top of it all here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's take another live look from our High 5 camera there downtown off in the distance. This is from our Midtown camera, where you can see lots of sunshine there as you get up on this Thursday. No clouds in the sky. Very, very nice. We'll be talking more about your forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5. So let's tell you a little bit about what we got going on this morning here on Action News 5's digital desk. A very interesting interview with this company and some of the leaders of this company. It's called Vanguard, and we're not talking about financial planning or 401ks. We're talking about a company that is building its first subsea human habitat in the United States. We're talking about something that they're building in Florida where humans are going to be able to live in the sea. And I'll be talking to one of the leading scientists of this project to talk more about its mission, what they hope to learn, that sort of thing. And it's going to be built in Florida. We'll talk about exactly where, because we know a lot of Memphians and Mid-Southerners like to go to Florida, and perhaps there's a way that you can kind of, I don't know, see how they're building this subsea human habitat. We're going to have that interview at 8:45 on the Action News 5 digital desk. We're also going to be talking about this Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It is October 2nd, all month long. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We're going to be talking with an oncologist at the Methodist Cancer Institute about the timing of testing, what to look for, what to make sure you're doing so that you and your family are protected from this awful disease. And if you're looking for something to do this weekend, and we all want to look for something to do this weekend when it's so nice outside, you just want to be outside and enjoy the weather with an event and a festival, something outside. Well, there are plenty of things to do, and we're going to be talking about that with our I Love Memphis folks. Jalen Suchek, she's going to be joining us. In fact, why don't we have Jalen Suchek join us right after this on Action News 5's digital desk. I'm going to take a short break, 60 seconds. We're back with that interview coming up in 60 seconds on Action News 5's digital desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The month of October is a lot like the month of May in Memphis. There are so many things that are happening all across town in festivals, events, celebrations, just being out hanging with other folks. There are so many different things. So the best resource in order to organize your thoughts of where you want to go, what you want to do, is the I Love Memphis blog. And we got Jalen Suchek here on the Action News 5 digital desk just to organize our thoughts, because there are so many things. Am I wrong? October is like one of the busiest months of the year, is it not? Good morning.
Oh, I mean, October is just insane. You got to think all the good weather we get, all the fall activities, as it starts to get a little bit cooler. So you have Halloween events. I just actually finished our October blog right now, and it's at 30 plus events. And honestly, we could keep adding to it. I could probably keep adding all day. It could be like 50 plus events happening this month. So it is a good time to get out.
Oh yeah, no question about it. All right, so let's hit on a few of them.
Yeah, so these are, I just pulled 5 of kind of like my favorite fall activities right now, maybe like 5 fall must-dos. And so the first one is both for the kids and the adults. So we have ZooBoo and Zootoberfest happening at the Memphis Zoo. ZooBoo runs from October 10th to November 1st. If you have been before, you should know to get your tickets early because it does sell out. But it's a trick-or-treat station set up throughout the zoo. The friendly, spooky displays, magic shows, just a lot of fun for the kids. And then, of course, like Zootoberfest is basically adult trick-or-treating with beer stations throughout the zoo, and they do that every Saturday and Sunday. And also really cool this year is they have a new beer garden at the Memphis Zoo with vendor stations, brat stand, pretzels and nachos, beer cheese, apple pie, ice cream, all the fixings in there. It's free to enter that part, and you do purchase the food. But I love Zootoberfest. I think it's such a good time to go on the weekends, and especially as an adult, maybe if you don't have kids, to reacquaint yourself with our great zoo. So that's one of my must-dos this fall. And then you kind of saw a picture earlier is the pumpkin house at the Dixon. This is just one of those super fun fall traditions. And if you didn't know, the Dixon is free to visit all the time, always. And I did see an update for them yesterday that they had started to build out the pumpkin house. So it should be ready to go soon, if not by today. So you can go there free, take all your photo ops. You can do your family photos, and that's really popular. I've seen engagements happen at this house. Super cute little photo op, and then spend some time while you're there, experience the gardens, the galleries, and you can grab a bite at Park and Cherry. So Dixon's really an amazing resource that we have in the community. And then if we're going to continue the fall fun, we have the Mid-South Maze at the Agri Center. So this is a family-friendly maze during the day and weeknights, and then it turns haunted on weekend nights beginning this weekend, as if getting lost in a maze wasn't scary enough. So they'll bring in some actors and decor to make it a little bit more frightening on the weekends. But otherwise, it is kid family friendly. And then they do have a corn cannon, jumping pillow for the kids. Highly recommend going on a Wednesday night because that is their family night. So you can get a free hayride and bonfire with your admission. But I feel like a corn maze is a rite of passage for people here in Memphis. And then another one is kind of going the Zootoberfest theme. It is just the Oktoberfest season. So a lot of Oktoberfest have kind of already started to happen. So this is why I wanted to get it on people's radar, because we have a couple coming up that are great. It'll be happening throughout the month. But the big ones is Wiseacre this weekend, and then Grind City Brewing. Both have huge Oktoberfest celebrations. So you can expect drink deals, stein holding competitions, beer specials, really appropriate like fall German food trucks on site. And we do have a blog dedicated to all the Oktoberfest celebrations that you can find on our homepage right now. And then the last one is maybe a little bit more untraditional. It is going to Elmwood Cemetery. I love Elmwood Cemetery. I think it's so beautiful, historic. And of course it is a little bit spooky, but it's perfect for the fall. There's just so much history in the cemetery. And they do a lot of incredible programming this month. So you see in the image now, this is from Soul of the City a few years ago. And what it is they'll bring in actors and they portray the stories of the residents that rest there at Elmwood Cemetery. So you walk around with a group and it's a really interactive, fun storytelling. They have the costumes, just a lot of fun. This also is a fundraiser for the cemetery for their, their upkeep and staff. And then they also do some more fun events, like they have Cemetery Cinema. So they'll broadcast a movie. They'll be doing Dracula later this month on the roof of their shed. And then they also do some really cool theme tours, sometimes highlighting maybe the darker side of some of the people who are in that cemetery, or some, just very fascinating, interesting stories that they curate there.
I'm so with you, Jalen. I mean, like, the Elmwood Cemetery is amazing. I went on a tour a few years ago with a group of teenagers, and you learn so much about a city, its past. It's incredible, and there's such a rich past right there in Elmwood Cemetery. It's amazing to me. In fact, a lot of times my wife and I will go to other cemeteries in other cities that we visit just to kind of learn a little bit more about that city where we're in. I mean, I love it, and it's a great place. I would think in October it's a lot of fun to check out.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe such a hard thing to wrap around the idea of going to a cemetery for fun, but it just trust me, it is a great place to visit. And like you mentioned, there's so much history. I think every time I go, I learn something new, whether it's, yellow fever or, some Machine Gun Kelly's stories, mob stories back in the day. There's just, it's just an incredible, like, historical relic in the city.
Okay, and you mentioned for our audience that there is a specific dedication for October events on the blog. Is that right?
Yep, I just hit publish on it, so there are 30 plus events happening. You'll find it on our homepage, and I'll continue to add to it too as well because, like you said, there's a lot happening in October. But if you head to ilovememphisblog.com, you'll be able to find it.
Awesome. ilovememphisblog.com. Jalen Suchek joining us on the digital desk and telling us all about this amazing resource for free for everybody across Memphis and the Mid-South and beyond. Jalen, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. Hope you have a great October.
Okay, you do the same, Jalen. Appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We always love to have different people all across Memphis and the Mid-South on the digital desk just to get an idea of what's going on, catch up with them and their community. Right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm joined by Bartlett Mayor David Parsons, along with communications specialist Todd Harford. They are joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about what's happening in Shelby County's largest suburb. So, David, good morning to you. I know that October is very busy all across the Mid-South, and in Bartlett, it is no different, right? Good morning.
Exactly, Andrew, you hit it right on the head. What I just heard is a forecast that says, come to the Bartlett Fall Festival, our Fall Festival, our barbecue contest, and our car show. One good thing that's kind of unique is we have a whole bunch of vendors there. We've got music. Friday night we have music by Truck Patch Revival, and then formerly known as. So we got great music, a lot of vendors. One thing, Andrew's a little bit different about our barbecue contest. We're one of the only municipalities that we have fire competing against police, and this year we opened up a new event where it's a women's only contest, women's only rib contest. So we fielded a little over 40 teams. Just rounded out. The barbecue looks really nice. Another thing that's unique, you can go to the city website. Yeah, we're gonna have a rib eating contest sponsored by Fat Larry's. So there's really good ribs. Go to the city website. You'll be on the main stage at 3:30 and you see who can pack in the most ribs.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Mayor, let's back up for a second. So we have both of these events happening this weekend, or is it throughout the month? How's this work here, and where is it?
It's at Freeman Park in Bartlett off of Sycamore View. It starts Friday night and runs from 5:30 to 9:30. That's when you can hear the music. And it's simultaneously barbecue contest, the car show, and the festival's going on at the same time. So you can come enjoy a great Friday evening. And then Saturday morning, the park opens up and runs from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock on this Saturday. So it's a Friday evening and 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock on Saturday morning. And
okay, so
come
this,
see the cars.
Yeah. I was just going to say, so this is a barbecue contest, a car show, and a rib eating contest all Friday and Saturday.
Yes, sir. And it's our festival. We also have Legends Never Die, and I'll let Mr. Todd talk a little bit about Legends Never Die.
Sure. We have teamed up with Deep River Fit, and they are bringing the Legends Never Die CrossFit competition back to Freeman Park for the second year in a row. It's going to be amazing. I will not be competing, but I will be there to cheer everybody on. That's going to start at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning.
And the
Fantastic.
Andrew, the car show is sponsored by Mustangs of Memphis. I think this is their 44th annual car show.
Okay, and so what I'm looking at right here is the Bartlett Fall Festival, and this is what you were talking about, right, at Freeman Park?
Yes, sir. I'm so excited. I know I talk fast and hope I didn't mean to run by everybody.
No, not at all, not at all. So we're just showing some of the video from, I guess this is years past, right?
Yes, sir, it is. There you see the barbecue champions, and you see in pictures. That's a lot of our team there, the barbecue team. And it's just a great time. The unique thing about our barbecue contest, it's what we call a backyard barbecue contest. And it is a MBN, Memphis and Memphis Barbecue Network. So we have certified judges judging our contest. And it's really set up in the whole design, Andrew, is where we got small community teams from all around the Mid-South here, Lakeland, Bartlett, Arlington, and Germantown, and all of them coming over there. And if you ever have, you're out there cooking on the grill and your next door neighbor smells the smoke and he hollers across the fence, "Hey, I can cook ribs better than you," this is a great place for them to come down here and let us decide who's the best backyard champion.
Excellent, excellent. I love it. So people can get information on the cityofbartlett.org website, right?
Yes, sir.
And the City
Okay.
of Bartlett social media sites, Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, X. We're on all of those.
Excellent. Anything else you want to mention beyond this weekend? I'm sure there's plenty of other activities throughout the month, right?
Yes, sir, it is. We have several hundred events every year going on in Bartlett, and I'm going to let Todd fill you in next week what's going on in some of those events.
Sure. Bartlett Night Out. I know everybody's familiar with Night Out. Well, Bartlett has theirs in October because it's too hot in August to have it. So October the 7th is Bartlett Night Out. So neighborhoods will get together, have backyard cookouts. The mayor and I will be stopping by to sample your snacks. Then on the 18th of October, the 18th? 18th of October, we have the Bartlett Animal Shelter Microchip and Vaccine Drive. Come on out and get your pets vaccinated and microchipped. You do not have to be a Bartlett resident to participate. We just love to see all those fur babies get their shots and get chipped. And then as we get closer to the end of spooky season, the Singleton Community Center Haunted House will be kicking off October 23rd and 24th. So come on out. We're packed full of stuff to do all month long in October in Bartlett.
Okay, cityofbartlett.org for all the information mentioned here with Bartlett Mayor David Parsons and Todd Halford, Chief Communications Officer. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time this morning. Have a great time this month.
Thank you, Andrew. We got a box of ribs waiting on you.
All right, I love it. I'm there. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Got a police situation that's happening right now. Some breaking news at 7:24. Action News 5, Cindy Gray, live on the scene for us this morning to give us some details. Cindy, good morning.
Hey, Andrew, good morning. So we're here in this Hickory Hill area as folks are getting up, getting ready for their workday. School buses are passing by, and this is a look at what is going on this morning. Memphis police are on scene as they continue to investigate. Still very early in their investigation, and we don't have a ton of details as to what exactly happened here this morning, but we do know that a call came in after 6 a.m. It was originally a shots fired call at Cranberry Drive, again in Hickory Hill. Now at this time we're at the intersection of Village Park Road and Sunny Slope Drive right now, and as you take a look, I mean, you see this U-Haul truck here severely damaged, and then there's also that minivan as well with significant damage to the back of its trunk. And again, just looking at that U-Haul, you see the airbag deployed on the passenger side. The door looks to be ripped off the hinges, and lots of debris kind of over on the in the street. There are several mailboxes down on the ground, and right now Memphis police are kind of talking with neighbors, potentially taking statements at this time. But again, very early in this investigation, don't have a ton of information confirmed at this point from Memphis police. But right now, this is what we're seeing in this neighborhood, again at Village Park Drive and Sunny Slope, Village Park Road, excuse me, and Sunny Slope Drive. This is the scene this morning. Still a pretty quiet morning. Folks are getting up, but as they do begin to start their day, this is what they're going to see. We're going to continue asking questions to get more information about what exactly happened here, but obviously some sort of crash happened here earlier this morning. We hope to find out more about how it happened and bring you those details.
Okay, Sydney Gray reporting live for us there on the scene in the Hickory Hill community. Sydney, thank you. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break on this beautiful Thursday morning. You can see it there from our downtown cam. Gorgeous out there. It's going to be another great day. We'll be talking about your forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5. Going to take a short break right now. When we come back, we're going to be talking about a Project Green Fork reharvest that you want to know about later this month. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Project Green Fork. It is one of my favorite organizations in Memphis, and they are hosting something that's very unique. It's a very unique celebration. It's called Reharvest, and it's a one-of-a-kind food and sustainability celebration involving 10 local chefs, rescued ingredients from the Mid-South Food Bank, and they're going to be putting unforgettable dishes together all in a night that spotlights creativity, reduces food waste, raises support for building a more sustainable food system in Memphis. Let's bring on someone to talk more about this glorious event. I'm joined now by Allie Manning, and she is a Project Green Fork program consultant on the digital desk. So Allie, tell me about this event and some of the ideas behind it. Good morning.
Hey, I mean, what more can I say? That was such a great introduction. You know, this has been the most anticipated fundraiser for our organization. You know, Project Green Fork is a program of Clean Memphis that really promotes reducing food waste in every single area when it comes to restaurants and hospitality. And so we really want to socialize green dining. It's time to show our community that we are sustainably minded, that we have the resources like recycling, composting available for everyone. And we want to show that in a really cool way with highlighting our 10 Project Green Fork chefs. There'll be a chop competition in the beginning, using broccoli stems as a underutilized item, and proceeds go to our mission. We want to continue to connect partners, rescue food, and advance this practice in the Mid-South.
Awesome. So we have this event that's coming October 9th, and I explained a little bit about it. Tell me how it actually works. How does this all work? The food from the food bank, dishes, and how people can get involved.
Yeah, it's a grand orchestration. We work alongside our Project Green Fork chefs who are members within our network to essentially glean food from the Mid-South Food Bank. We've been doing this for the last 3 years, and we're able to go into their agency mart, and they get to have a full gamut of whatever they desire. But they have to use every ingredient in the final dish. And so at Reharvest, it'll start at 5 p.m. We'll have a VIP wine tasting with Memphis Wine Society. And then the event starts at 5:30 at Crosstown Concourse. And, you know, we're on time people. We don't wait around to have fun. And so our chefs will be displaying how they've utilized these surplus ingredients that they've gleaned, whether it be from their restaurant or from the market, right, in the dishes that they prepare for the night. And so guests will be able to mingle. They'll be able to understand what they've prepared for everyone. And then there'll be a chop challenge in the beginning, like I mentioned. But what's great about this is we have our partners in place, like Get Green Recycle Works, who is going to capture our recycling. And so, and Compost Ferry, who capture our composting or organics. And it'll be an opportunity for us to capture data. We're data driven. So we want to make sure that we're not getting that we're making sure that we have a zero waste event. So less than 90% going into the landfill.
That's fantastic. So tell me about some of the local chefs involved and how people, if they're watching right now, can get involved.
Yeah, you know, so we have 10 chefs that'll be involved, but we also have an amazing green dining guide. And I think I said 90%, I think I meant 10%, but the point is reducing it from going into the landfill. And so chefs like Gem Dining in Edge District and Kitchen Laurel in Midtown. We have some OG, you know, restaurants like Tsunami in our Cooper Young District. And we have so many people coming into our city now. It's important that they see where green dining restaurants are located, and this is a great way for them to engage. We have some vegan chefs, and we'll have some mocktails using sustainable ingredients as well. So it's just an all-around experience. Circular economy is our mission and our focus.
Fantastic, Allie. So tell me where people can go to get information about this and perhaps be involved.
Yeah, please go to event at our Project Green Fork website. You can also check it out. We have a promo code as well if you're interested in being a part of that process. The code is Give a Fork. You know, that's kind of our motto. And so Give a Fork 1. And so just go to Eventbrite and look us up, Reharvest Memphis 2025.
All right. So that is on October 9th, the Reharvest Memphis event happening right around the corner. Allie Manning, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk, and we look forward to that event, and good luck with everything. We appreciate your time.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story of the day is the National Guard and several federal agencies arriving here in Memphis. The mission, stop violent crime under the orders of the U.S. government. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee said that the Memphis Safe Task Force will consist of National Guard members, about 300 state troopers in the Memphis area, a dozen more federal agencies like the FBI and DHS. Federal agencies are going to provide specialized support for local law enforcement. Local elected leaders, both sides of the aisle, say the Memphis Safe Task Force can complement the work of the Memphis Police Department and what they are already doing. Let's bring in to the Action News 5 digital desk Daily Memphian reporter Sam Hardiman joining us now. He wrote an article about this. In a city plagued by crime rate, leaders hope the Memphis Safe Task Force can shift the narrative. And Sam, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. I read the article and just have a few questions that I think our viewers would love for you to expand upon. One of which is, and it's important to note because a lot of people think about the National Guard coming here, but the idea is local leadership would remain in control of this operation. Can you explain more about that, Sam? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. And it appears so far that local leadership is going to be remaining in control of what's happening here locally, while, U.S. Marshals Tyrese Miller of the Western District of Tennessee is going to run the Memphis Safe Task Force, Governor Bill Lee said last Friday. At the same time, we asked Police Chief C.J. Davis, Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis, on Friday, how is command and control going to work between MPD and the Memphis Safe Task Force? And she gave, what is a vague but also somewhat specific answer, which was essentially, this isn't the first time we've worked with the U.S. Marshals. Command and control is going to operate the same way. So I think what people need to understand is at least what we're being told right now by government officials is the National Guard aspect of this seems to be sort of while it's everyone's attention, it's sort of on not the back burner, but it's sort of the sideshow, as in the collaboration between local police, MPD, because Chief Davis again said, we know where the crime is, right? MPD knows where the crime is. We need to go after it, versus all these federal agencies that have resources and power and the ability to bring federal cases against criminals kind of working together. And the National Guard is, like I said, it seems to be the sideshow right now. It's the main show for everybody paying attention, but it looks like from a law enforcement's perspective, it seems to be the sideshow.
Sam, thank you. Something else I noticed in your article, you talked about the difference between the details that Tennessee Governor Bill Lee mentioned of the deployment and the difference between that and how President Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel described the upcoming deployment. Can you talk about the differences there, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. So, a matter of days ago, Kash Patel was in a congressional hearing, and local Congressman Steve Cohen of the 9th District, Tennessee, the only Democratic member of Tennessee's delegation, asked him, why is the National Guard necessary, essentially? I'm paraphrasing the congressman. That's what he was asking. And Director Patel said that it was to secure perimeters like they had in Washington, D.C. And when he said that, he appeared referring to secure areas so that law enforcement could go in and make it safe. That's what the FBI director said. At the same time, the governor the other day, who's in command of the National Guard here, says they're going to be in a support role. They're not going to be armed. They're not going to be making arrests. They're going to be armed if local law enforcement asks them to be, right? And so there is this narrative, I think, at the national level. The president has talked about this as, Memphis crime-ridden. And look, the article that we're talking about right now, and I don't think anyone in Memphis is going to argue that Memphis has a very high crime rate, particularly at the national level. It's very high. At the same time, I would find me someone who would argue that there are places in Memphis local law enforcement can't go in, and they need the National Guard to clear for them. Those two things, I think, can be the same, can coexist together. I think it's pretty surprising. And so, again, that at the national level, there's been this depiction of this as an occupying force. Okay, the National Guard coming in as an occupying force. The commander of the National Guard in Tennessee, Governor Bill Lee, is saying it is not coming in as an occupying force. It is coming in a support role for local and federal law enforcement. And so, again, there's a rhetoric at the national level, and then there appears to be a different reality here at the local level. And it's going to be really interesting. Do those two things diverge, or do they converge at some point? And that will be what's interesting over the next however many months.
I agree. Will be interesting for sure. The operation, essentially on that press conference on Friday that Governor Bill Lee had with the Memphis mayor, with the Memphis police chief, Floyd Bonner was in there as well. Success is Memphis being a safe city again. That's what the governor said. And so does that mean this operation is going to be lengthy? Is that what we're talking about?
I mean, that's what's been described to us. I think that's been described to all media. It's been months that this is going to be a long-term operation. If we take a step back from the National Guard aspect of this and just think about it, what has existed in Memphis for a long time, as you know, Andrew, as I know, U.S. Marshals have been here for a long time. DEA, ATF have run operations in Memphis for a long time. So is the FBI, right? Like there's been frequently federal law enforcement presence in what is a major port city. We may not think of ourselves as a port city, but we have the second largest, busiest cargo airport in the world in Memphis, Tennessee. We are a port city, right? There's a reason for the federal government to care about crime in the city beyond just caring about American citizens, right? It's an economically important place. And so I think what we're looking at here is probably, yes, a long-term operation, but is that very different than what we've seen in the past, right? Beyond the National Guard. The National Guard, the guys in olive, that is a different thing, right? But everything else, yeah, that's long term. So yeah, I think we're probably looking at a long-term operation, but time's going to tell, and who knows?
No question about it. I mean, who knows, really, right? It's undefined at this point. Anything else you want to mention to our viewers? We have thousands that watch us each and every morning, Sam.
No, thanks for having me on. It's been a while. Felt like riding a bike. I was a little nervous, but I'm back.
We appreciate you coming back on the Digital Desk, Sam. Always good to do a deep dive on a big topic, and of course, this story is not going anywhere. It will be ongoing, and we appreciate you coming on and invite you to come on anytime. Thanks for the conversation as always, Sam. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk all month long. Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We are talking about various things regarding breast cancer, not only research, but also awareness. And what about screening? Who should be screened for breast cancer? When? Let's bring in Dr. Melanie Crutchfield. She's a surgical breast oncologist with Methodist Cancer Institute, joining us now on the Digital Desk. So Melanie, that is a great question that always people wonder, who should be screened for breast cancer and when? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, what we generally say is that if you are a woman 40 or over, then you need to get breast cancer screening. And other women that need to get breast cancer screening younger than 40 are women whose mother or sister were diagnosed with breast cancer before the age of 50. So generally we go by 10 years before your mother or sister were diagnosed. So for example, if your mom had a breast cancer diagnosis at 45, then you need to get screened at 35.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a good rule of thumb for everybody out there. We've heard a lot over recent years about genetic testing for breast cancer, increased risk for breast cancer. Tell me your thoughts on that.
So There are certain genetic mutations that can cause an increased risk for breast cancer. The most common ones are BRCA1 and BRCA2, that's BRCA1 and BRCA2. That can mean that you have an up to 80% risk of breast cancer. And this isn't just this isn't just a gene that can be passed on through the women. Men can get BRCA as well, and they can actually get breast cancer with that gene, and they can also pass it on to their children. So it's really important that you know your family history, to know who had what when, at what age, and not just with breast cancer, but with other cancers as well, to see if you have a gene that can increase your risk for cancer.
I'm glad you brought up men because they do, as we all know, get breast cancer as well. Should they be screened? How would that work when it comes to men being screened or being checked for breast cancer?
It depends on family history. So if there are a lot of people in your family with breast cancer or with ovarian cancer or with metastatic prostate cancer, then you need to talk to your doctor about getting genetic testing. And if you do have a genetic test that causes you to have an increased risk for breast cancer, then absolutely men need to be screened.
You know, there's thousands of people that join us each and every morning here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Melanie. And if someone's hearing today and they're watching us and they're really unsure what to do when it comes to breast cancer, you know, they're maybe of age where they should get a test, but they're not sure. Where could they find information, or, you know, what would you recommend they do?
Well, the whole thing about that I tell patients is kind of like at the airport. If you see something, say something. So if you are concerned about your breast, go to your doctor, talk to them about it. And even if you aren't concerned, but you're over the age of 40, or you have family history of breast cancer and you want to get screened, you can come to any of our Methodist locations. We have screening. You don't need to have a primary care doctor to get screened for breast cancer. You can get a screening mammogram that is generally covered by your insurance. You don't need a primary care doctor for that. And if you feel something, talk to your doctor, and we'll be happy to see you and take care of it.
Dr. Melanie Crutchfield, she works at the Methodist Cancer Institute, surgical oncologist there. Melanie, thanks again for joining us on the Digital Desk. We always appreciate you when you come on. Very valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Got some great free concerts coming your way to the Overton Park Show. And if you haven't been yet, you are missing out on not only an amazing venue to check out free live music here in Memphis, but it's so much fun and the weather has cooperated this season. Let's bring in Shelby Smith with Overton Park Show to talk more about the concerts headed our way this week. Am I right about the weather this season? How about it, Shelby? Good morning.
It has been, we're just so grateful because obviously sometimes in the summer it can get a bit more rainy than we would like here at the Overton Park Show, but fall has been full of music and amazing breezes and great company and obviously fantastic music. So we are just blessed to be able, I feel like we're in the clear. I don't want to speak too soon. Maybe I should knock on some wood somewhere, but I feel like we're in a good spot right now.
You know, it was funny when I went earlier this month, Shelby, you know, we went with a few other couples, and it's always such a great venue. Brought food, brought drink, had a great time. And the couples were like, okay, how much do we owe you for the tickets? I was like, no, this is free. This is free. This is how amazing it is. And they were just thrilled, you know. So,
people are still so, I feel like people are shocked whenever we tell them that you don't have to pay anything to come and join. I get calls all the time asking how much ticket prices are going to be, what things are going to be like, and everything like that. And it's like, if you just, you know, bring a good attitude, bring whatever you need to have a great experience, you can make this whatever you want it to be. And again, it's free. What we do here is about making music and entertainment accessible for all, not just Memphians, but those who travel from near and far to experience and do life in Memphis for whatever amount of time that they're here for. So we're just proud to be able to provide this kind of programming year after year. And yeah, it continues this weekend. We've got 2 amazing shows. We're kicking things off on Friday with the New Respects. There's some Tennessee talent in there. They hail from Nashville, and it's a family affair. There are 2 twins that are in this kind of music group, and then they're bringing along their cousin. And I would say for that band, you can expect a little mix of like rock, pop, and soul. I gave their music a listen to this morning while I was getting ready, and I think people are in for a really great show. And so that's on Friday, October 3rd. All of our shows this season start at 7, so definitely make sure you're on the lawn, get your food, get everything that you need. Make sure you're here a little early so you don't have to deal with traffic or things like that. And then on Saturday, we keep the magic of our Midtown music venue going with John Cleary and the Absolute Monster Gentlemen. If you want to dance, I definitely recommend bringing some shoes to boogie down in, because when I say solid New Orleans funk and soul, like, it'll get you stomping here on the lawn. So definitely make sure to bring something comfortable to get you grooving here on the lawn. And that's on October 4th, this Saturday, John Cleary and the Absolute Monster Gentlemen. So again, jam-packed, solid genres, amazing talent, and then free music. You really can't beat it. You can't beat that.
Exactly, especially with budget being so tight this year. You know how it is. And so to have an opportunity to enjoy free entertainment like this is second to none. Appreciate it. Anything else you wanted to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, so we also have another show coming up soon on October 10th, where we continue our Shell Yeah benefit series. As we all know, our free music series is free, but you know, when we say it's free, that doesn't mean it's always free for us. A lot of money and time and energy goes into programming these free shows. So the tickets from those, from our Shell Yeah benefit series, empower all of our efforts to make music more accessible in Memphis through the Orion Financial Free Concert Series. You can find out all this information at overtonparkshell.org, whether you want to join us for a free concert or if you want to support us through our Shell Yeah benefit series. Definitely make sure to tune in to what we've got going on here at the Overton Park Shell, because it's music all around, and I know Memphians love music.
Absolutely. Shelby Smith, always appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk and telling us about all the good vibes headed our way. We appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, a lot of sunshine expected across the Mid-South here today, and still with high temperatures near 90 degrees. Yes, it's hard to believe that the second day of October may also feature a 90-degree day. But there are some changes coming in our forecast. Yeah, we have a southeasterly wind, which typically would bring in warmer, muggier air in our direction. Not necessarily the case in the short term. 65 tonight, still with that southeasterly wind, mainly clear, mild night. But I say that knowing that we've got some changes on the way. Look at the humidity tracker. You see the darker greens here. That's indicative of deeper moisture, higher moisture values. The farther east that you go, the lighter greens, indicative of lower moisture and, of course, lower dew points. Well, guess what? That coming from the east and southeast as we go through the course of the day ahead. And even brighter colors in light beige and brown, that is even drier air. And guess what? From the east and southeast coming in our direction towards the mid-south as we head into your Friday. So yes, some changes, my friends, are on the way. And drier air will be in place, especially by tomorrow. Mostly to partly sunny skies, 86 the high, still with that southeasterly wind and still blowing in low humidity. Dry day expected, and that will bode well for all events going on here as we head towards the upcoming weekend. The Minfo Music Fest, that kicks off Friday evening. 3 o'clock, the gates open up at Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden. Temperature about 86 degrees, easing our way down through about 11 o'clock into the upper 60s under clear skies and a light easterly to east-southeast breeze at about 5 miles per hour. The weekend, fantastic here across the Mid-South. We've got a fantastic setup of weather with 86 the high on Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday, sun passing clouds, a continued southeasterly breeze that will keep the drier air in place for Saturday, not necessarily by Sunday, and that will be by way of some changes as we start to see moisture building in our direction. The Memphis Tigers taking on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes on Saturday night over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Upper 70s at kickoff, easing our way down to the lower 70s by the end of the game. Mainly clear skies and rain chances and a big old goose egg. Now out to the tropics, a couple things to note here. Remember, we've been talking about the drier air coming down the spine of the Appalachians, and it's all in thanks to the remnants of Umberto and Imelda, which is still a Category 1 hurricane here early this morning, moving past Bermuda, heading out to sea, and again falling apart and becoming post and extra tropical here. We've got two waves that we're going to keep an eye on. One over the next couple of days now emerging off of Western Africa. Once it gets out here in the main development region, have a low chance of development here. But you notice there's a wave that is sitting right off of the Florida coastline here near Miami that has an angle towards the northern Gulf. Well, if you've been watching the last couple of days, we've been talking about that potential for some moisture to build from the south and east. And obviously, south and east of us is Miami and South Florida, and that moisture will be coming in our direction. Even if it is something that is non-tropical, it will have some tropical impacts from moisture moving in our direction, and that could build up to some rain chances. Here's a look at a first alert futurecast. This is a look at Saturday afternoon. Notice the moisture down along the Florida Peninsula, northern Gulf. That moisture is angled in our direction. Notice the wind barbs moving in our direction from southeast to north and west. That will help to facilitate that moisture coming northward as we head through the end of the weekend and the start of next week. That will bring us a better chance for some widely spaced showers. Now, understand some of these showers may have some heavy downpours associated with them, but it won't be a constant rain, I think, as we head towards Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. Now, there will be a front that will approach us from the north on Wednesday. Hopefully, behind that front, ridge of high pressure builds in from Canada that will usher in some cooler air that will take us into the middle and latter portion of next week. In the meantime, a high near 90 degrees here today. Humidity levels dropping off here as we head through tonight into your Friday and Saturday. And for the most part, Sunday morning will probably be comfortable enough, but you'll notice the humidity levels will begin to increase, adding in a few more clouds on Sunday afternoon. A few more showers by the afternoon hours of your Monday, still in the upper 80s, middle 80s on Tuesday and Wednesday. More clouds and a few more chances for rain and rumbles of thunder. Frontal boundary sweeps through the area. That will bring down the temperatures a couple of notches as we head towards the back end of next week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. All right, let me ask you out there, how many times have you heard people say, well, it's too expensive to fly out of Memphis. I can't really fly anywhere because it's just too expensive. I can't afford it. Well, I have got the interview for you this morning. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, am happy to bring on Aisling Woolley. She is a Memphian, and she has created this business to get people to fly in and out of Memphis at very low cost to you, the consumer. And I, from what I understand, I've done a little research, Aisling, that it is a combination of points and timing that is so effective in allowing people to travel not just anywhere in the country. We're talking anywhere in the world. So I'm happy to have you on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, where we have thousands of people watch each and every morning. Tell me, how are you? Good morning.
I'm good. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to tell Memphis all about what I do.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so first things first, tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been here? How did you come up with this idea? And how has it evolved over time?
Absolutely. So I'm actually not native to Memphis, but I moved here back in 2020. And obviously when I moved here, no one was traveling. But slowly as the world began opening up, I started asking my friends, my coworkers, people at church, where are the best places to travel from Memphis? Because I knew where I came from, there were places that were a lot cheaper than others. And consistently I got hit the same brick wall of information saying, you just can't afford to travel from Memphis. Memphis is way too expensive. It used to be amazing and it's not anymore. And so most people can't afford it. And first I was discouraged. And then with a lot of stubbornness in me, I did some research and ended up really finding that if you are able to time everything correctly, and if you're looking for flights in the right places, you can make travel so much more affordable. So back in 2021, I just started an Instagram account posting fun flights I was finding for myself and put it out into the Instagram world. And then in 2023, I shifted that into a business where I'm able to consistently share amazing flight deals from Memphis and, like you said, to all over the world. A lot of people, when they hear that, they think these must be crazy layovers, like a ton of layovers, or have to stay there for a long time, or that they're all on budget airlines. And that is just not true. I'm consistently finding deals that I would be willing to take myself. So there are short layovers or only one layover or nonstop options, and consistently on major airlines with some budget airlines thrown in there for people who really do like a good deal. So that's kind of how it started. And then it turned into so much more. I realized the more I shared about how to make travel accessible, that I was actually only sharing a piece of what I do. I use cheap flights all the time, but we actually use credit card points to pay for the majority of our travels. So even though I do find amazing cash fares out of Memphis, I have since expanded it to be helping people to use credit card points to travel for free consistently. So it's kind of changed, but we're still starting, like I still have all the amazing deals, but we're morphing to give you more flights for less money.
Fantastic, Aisling. And I want to let our viewers know about your website. This is it, 901flights.com. And it kind of talks a little bit about how you're able to save people money with flight alerts, points, and other things. You have a strategy involved that talks about, you know, how you're able to get these flights from anywhere in the world, as you mentioned, as we've been talking about. What is the biggest surprise to you? Because this is relatively new. You've been doing this for a couple of years, 3 years. What is the biggest surprise to you that you found coming up with these different strategies?
The biggest surprise is actually that most people don't know how to access these resources. First of all, finding cheap flights, they're out there and it just takes a little bit of work. And so I eliminate the time and work needed and just find them for you. But on top of that, I meet people every day who tell me, oh yeah, I use credit card points all the time. We fly, a couple times here and there. And I went, no, wait a second. I use I use points to pay for flights and hotels of 3 to 5 vacations a year. And I've created this system. I've kind of hacked the world to be able to say, how can I use points to pay for more? And that's the piece that most people are missing. They know how to occasionally get free flights, occasionally get these amazing deals, but I want to show you how to do it consistently, because that's how we travel. We're traveling internationally several times a year, domestically several times a year, and it is something so possible for most families.
That's fantastic to hear, and I know that the thousands of people watching us right now are eager to learn more about it. What really caught my eye, Aisling, was the fact that this was all out of Memphis International Airport. It wasn't out of JFK or Atlanta or DFW. We are talking Memphis. And now you've kind of expanded to Nashville. Is that right?
I have, yeah. I mean, I'm here in Memphis, so it's my hometown. It's where I'm already looking for flights. And then slowly I've gotten more and more demand for BNA. But honestly, that really is the thing that sets me apart. If you ever learn about points or learn about cheap flights, most people are talking about LAX, JFK, sometimes Atlanta. And I go, that's great for those people, but what about for the people who live everywhere else? What about us here in Memphis? And so I wanted to create a resource that was available to us, a resource that made it easy to access cheap or free flights. And so that's my goal. I really wanted to hyper focus in on the place that means the most to me.
That's awesome. I love it. And I understand you do this not just for individuals or couples, you do this for entire families. Can you break down can people just go to your website, or can they just follow you on Instagram to figure this all out? I know you have several tiers. Explain that to our audience.
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram, Facebook, but 901flights.com has everything all in one place. On 901flights.com, you'll find where you can get cheap flight alerts. It's just a yearly membership. And then I offer an upgrade that if you want cheap flights and point alerts. So I find point deals from Memphis to all over the world, paying 60% less for every time you fly. Then on top of that, I offer education. So I actually take a personalized, customized approach that rather than just spewing information at you, I say, okay, let's focus in and you tell me about your goals, your ideal year of travel, tell me about your spending habits, your credit score, and I create everything for you and I create a plan for you to be able to build up points quickly and consistently so that you're never running out, but that this is all built around you and around your lifestyle. So it's exactly what you like. I find a lot of people open the wrong cards or start building points for the wrong area. And this is to hyper focus it and help you to get to your goals a lot faster. So I offer a few different ways to work with me, which can all be found on 901flights.com.
Can you give us some examples of some of the deals that you've flown on and you've gotten for others?
Yeah, cash deals. I have flown to Europe several times for $500. I think I did Ireland for $450. And these are round trip prices. This is not one way, round trip. And I'm consistently sending people to do that. I've also flown to the Caribbean for, I think it was about $280 round trip. That was to St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands. Then with point deals, this is what makes it incredible, is that you're only paying for a very small fee for taxes. And so you can fly to Hawaii and back for $12. You can fly to Japan for $56. You can fly to all over Europe for under $100. And it's just severely cutting back the cost and making your budget to go that much further.
So let me just make sure we didn't have a hiccup in that Zoom interview here, Aisling. You said to fly from Memphis to Japan for $50? Come on now.
This is round trip. $50. And again, this is with points that you're able to supplement it with points. So you're just paying the taxes. But yes, this is what I do consistently every year, that I'm never paying more than just the taxes on my flights. And then for hotels, which I help people book as well, you're paying nothing, like no taxes, no fees. That an entire trip to Japan round trip could be $56. Yeah.
Wow. That is incredible. Where do people, before we let you go, where do people make the biggest mistakes in your opinion?
With points, I would actually say it is that a lot of people try to patch together free advice that they find online. And the problem is that when you're finding advice made for people online, it's made for like 700,000 people. It's not really customized to each individual person. And so that's actually how I started. And it ended up costing me years of trying to patch this together and make it work. With following this generic advice online, you're going to get generic results. You're not going to be able to reach your goals as fast. You're going to be patching it together. And so what I find is most people feel like they can go out and do this. It honestly can be oversimplified online, saying you just open 1 million credit cards. And I'm here to tell you that that's not true. It doesn't have to be 1 million credit cards. It doesn't have to be that you're piecing it together, but that it can be something that's streamlined, and you could be traveling for free within 3 months. That this is something that could be happening now, not way down the road.
I love it. This is music to my ears, and I'm sure the thousands of people who are watching right now. Aisling Woolley, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk. 901flights.com. Check it out right now. And you could be flying to Japan for $50 round trip. Aisling, thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting you. I appreciate your time on the digital desk.
Great to meet you.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, there are so many great Memphians doing some amazing things each and every day. And some are local, some are regional, but then there are a few that are doing amazing work nationally and internationally. And I want to tell you about Shaw Jones. He is a native Memphian, and he is someone that is on TV, he's in movies, and he recently made his off-Broadway debut. He's in TV, he was on NCIS, he was on Criminal Minds, Star Trek Picard, in movies 5th of November, Proximity, The Forever Purge. Recently made his off-Broadway debut in an original play. It's called Wounded, and he has a recurring role on Jimmy Kimmel as well. Maybe you've seen him. Either way, it's just great to see a native Memphian doing great things, and I'm joined on the digital desk by Shaw Jones right now. So Shaw, let's first talk. It's great to meet you online, by the way, and tell us first off about your Memphis roots and how that propelled you to an incredible, successful career on the stage. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's so good to be here. I think coming from Memphis gave me a set of values that has really helped me in my career.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I just think that, like, luckily I went to a school in Memphis that gave me the right amount of work ethic, because it takes a lot of work to sustain a career. in the arts. I think, I think the support I got from my family and friends and everybody in Memphis has really helped me stay on the path.
Fantastic. So, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on our digital channel, the Digital Desk. I'm sure there might be some folks that say, hey, I remember Shaw back in the day.
Right.
So, so tell me where you went to high school. What did you do? Did you hang out in certain spots? Take me there.
Yeah, I tell you, I went to MUS, Memphis University School for Boys, and I didn't actually do any theater there. I started my theater career sort of in college and after. But I tell you, I think that, going to MUS in my formative years helped me a lot. It helped me to work on focusing on subjects. I think going to an all-boys school was a big deal for me. I certainly played sports, but I think one of the things that helped me the most was while I was in high school, I started boxing. And that really, really helped me in my acting career. I often say that before I step into a room in for an audition where I've prepared, but I don't know exactly what I'm going into, is a lot like stepping into a boxing ring where I've prepared, but I don't know actually what I'm going into until I step into the room. And I have to overcome fears and mental blocks and sort of go into the ring against an opponent and do battle and come out victorious on the other side, I hope, when I walk into casting rooms.
Wow. Okay. Boxing at MUS. Never knew that. Wow. Fantastic. So you have this long career. You've done TV, you've done movies, you have a reoccurring role on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Now you've made this off-Broadway debut. Tell me about how different that is compared to everything else. And was there something in your past, you've been doing this for a long time, that really it's something that you look at as very instrumental in your success?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, like, I've done a lot of film and TV, but especially doing stage in New York. The great thing about stage is it is completely live. Obviously, there's no cuts. Let's do this take again. So it takes an extreme amount of focus, which I find exhilarating. There's no safety nets, especially in the play I was doing. It was just a 2-person play. So, it's really, you depend on your partner to help you if you get lost. But what I love is of acting for the most part is you'll hear a lot is about being in the moment, right? Feeling things and emotions in the moment so that they're real. And that's exactly what I have to do in this play. And if I just stay present in the play, everything comes out of me. So it's just an amazing thing for an actor.
I bet. I mean, you explained it very well, talking about how, you don't get 2, 3, or 4 takes on something. You got to do it right then and there, and that's
right there,
it.
Yeah.
And you got to ad lib or live if you don't remember something just right. I mean, it's something that I would think the true actor in everyone really comes out on stage like that. Tell me about some of those things that you look back on in your career and you think, man, I'm really proud of that. Do you have several of those moments?
Yeah, one of them really is in this play. I'm really proud of the work we did in New York. It's sort of a culmination of everything I've worked on up to that moment. Everything that you go through in life, the ups and the downs, and a lot of people don't think about the downs. It's the downs that really gives you depth to your work, and to focus on those and to realize, where that took you. And certainly the character in Wounded, he starts on a very positive path in life and goes to a prestigious school. He goes to Baylor. He has everything in front of him. He's kind of like a golden child, and through his decisions and actions, he goes down a darker path in life, which leads to addiction and ultimately jail. And the play starts with him coming out of that and where he's at in his life. And so, you know, I used a lot of darker moments in my life. As an artist, you have to learn to paint with the bright colors of your life and the dark colors. And I think that's what gives a character and a role depth and makes it interesting, certainly for me as an actor.
No question about it. So when you talk to aspiring actors, whether they're from Memphis or elsewhere, what do you tell them to inspire them and to make sure they're starting their journey on the right path?
Yeah, well, what I would tell someone, in which I sort of wish someone would have told me, is to ultimately be you. For so many years as a young actor, I tried to interpret what I thought people wanted from me in an audition, in a role. I would think to myself, okay, when I walk in that room, how do they want me to play that line? How should I say that line that I think they're going to like? And then when I realized that I need to do that line, I need to say that line as Shaw would say it. If I would filter it through Shaw's life, that line, that sentence, when I filter it through my life and my experiences, how it comes out, that's the way I need to do it. And when I started doing that is when I really started working a lot more as an actor. So I would tell any young actor to be you and to say it how you would say it, to interpret it. I get a lot of auditions sometimes where they want me to do a couple different takes. And, you know, sometimes I just send in one take. I send in, this is how I interpret the role. This is how I interpret the character. This is how I'm going to do it. And if you like it, great. If not, you know, maybe I'm not the guy. But if you hire me, this is what you're getting.
When you come back home to Memphis, are there places you have to go, or places you'd like to see?
I tell you, I have to see family because I just find it. I need that in my life, and I mean, I certainly do all the haunts. I mean, I definitely have to go. It sounds cheesy, but I've got to go to Corky's and Rendezvous because my kids make me take them there, and they like to gorge themselves. And then, you know, I need to go down to the river. I spent a lot of time down there. I found a place I would go sit and just kind of be with myself when I started early on in boxing and sort of ground myself. And I go there sort of as always a thing, just to remind myself of where I came from.
Awesome, Shaw. Well, listen, it's great to talk to you. Great to meet you. And
yeah, thank you.
Easy about wanting Memphis barbecue every time you come into town.
It's ridiculous, but it's true.
It's so good, isn't it?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, congratulations on such an accomplished career. We are very proud of you here.
Thank you.
We're proud of any native Memphian that does so well. Anything, I'll leave you the last word. Anything else you'd like to say to our Mid-South crowd tuning in?
I tell you, I mean, I hope to be back there soon. I'm working on writing a film right now about some younger, my younger memories of when I was boxing. Particularly, my boxing coach got me a fight at a maximum security prison when I was 14. And so I'm writing a film on that, and I hope to come back and shoot it.
Wow, that's awesome. I love it. That's what they call a tease in the industry, right? That was great.
Yes.
All right, Shaw. Well, listen, thanks for coming on the Digital Desk. Congratulations once again.
You bet.
We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always looking for ways to reduce our stress in our crazy busy lives. Everyone's so busy right now. We have a lot of stress, whether it's work, whether it's home, family life, who knows? We all have it. And practicing mindfulness, well, that's one way to reduce stress. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I'm joined right now by Allie Parker. She is a yoga instructor and a studio leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. Allie, so glad you joined us here. So tell me about mindfulness, practicing mindfulness, and how it can help all of us reduce stress in our lives, because we really need to reduce that stress. Good morning.
Good morning. And isn't that an understatement? We are all so busy, so stressed, so much going on in our day-to-day lives that it's important to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness for some people immediately calls to mind this picture of meditation, and you just sort of picture like a yogi in a silent room on a cushion, canceling all their thoughts. But mindfulness is something that we can practice every day. It's as simple as being aware of the present moment, noticing your thoughts without judgment, and just carving out time in your day to be in whatever moment that you're in right then and there.
Okay, I love it. So for our audience, we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning, Allie. Let's talk about ways that people can just do this wherever they are, whether they're at work, at home, maybe waiting in the doctor's office, what have you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of my favorite things is to pick up something that you do every day. Brushing your teeth, waiting in the school pickup line, something that you're going to do on a recurring basis, and let that be your reminder to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness is as simple as stopping, taking a breath, observing, noticing what's going on, and then proceeding, moving forward with more awareness of the present moment. So one of my favorite things to do is just when I'm sitting at my desk at work is take a moment, kind of drop what I'm doing, notice how my feet feel in my shoes, notice the temperature of the air on my skin, take a moment and take a few deep breaths. Notice how my breath feels traveling in through my nose and how it feels leaving my body. And then just doing a full body scan and noticing what changed after practicing a few moments of mindfulness and awareness.
I like that. It seems pretty simple. And tell me about how doing that for a few minutes each and every day, how that can reduce stress.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. There are so many studies out there and more coming out each and every day that talk about how mindfulness can actually rewire our brains. So there's a study from the National Institute of Health that shows that practicing mindfulness and meditation can actually help with the areas of our mind that are responsible for processing emotions and retaining memory. So there are some really proven benefits to taking this time, carving it out in your day. It's also been noted in various studies that practicing mindfulness for as few as 5 minutes a day can help reduce perceived stress by 40%, which is a pretty staggering statistic. I would take a 40% reduction in stress any day. So definitely super simple to take 5 minutes of your day. And fortunately, there are so many resources nowadays to practice, especially with May being Mental Health Awareness Month. There are so many platforms that are offering ways to practice meditation, one of which is the Lifetime digital app. It's free to members and non-members. I just did mine this morning. I love to do it when I'm waiting for school pickup line. It's a great one to just plug in during your day. And like I said, it's just 5 minutes. Some of them are moving meditations where we're getting you moving with your breath. Some are more still where you can practice them seated in a waiting room, like you mentioned, and you're just noticing your breath work and tapping into your physical body. So lots of different variations that you can take. Also, some of my favorites are walking meditations. I know the weather's finally getting nice enough to get back outside and walk. So put on a walking meditation from the Lifetime digital app next time you go and let me know how it goes.
I love everything that you're saying. It sounds fantastic. It sounds great. What about meditation? A lot of people might be intimidated to try it. They think, oh, well, I can't sit still for more than a minute without like thinking about everything, and my mind freaks out and it's going a million miles an hour. How do we get to the point where we can practice meditation, Allie?
Yeah, and honestly, the people who are having a mile-a-minute thoughts or feel like I'm not a good candidate for meditation because I can't sit still, you're the perfect candidate for meditation. So meditation is a practice of noticing. I always tell my students, it's not the absence of thought, It's noticing the thought. So a great analogy that I had a teacher once explain to me is imagine sitting sort of behind a waterfall and let your thoughts just be the water that falls right in front of you. So you're noticing them, you're seeing them, but you're not attaching yourselves to them. Or if you are, you just sort of label it like, okay, I just thought about my grocery list. Let's bring it back to where I am right now. And one of the easiest ways to bring yourself back to the present moment is taking a deep, slow, intentional breath and just saying to yourself, inhale, exhale. And repeating that a few times. And again, it's so natural for all of us when we're practicing meditation, even those of us who practice daily, to have moments where our mind wanders. It's important to give ourselves grace and practice without judgment so that we can call ourselves back to the present moment and say, okay, I went and thought about what I have to do later today. Let me call myself back to where I am right now with my breath. Inhale through my nose, exhale slowly through my mouth, something like that. We can bring you right back. And it's easy to just take a moment, label the thought, and move forward.
I love the waterfall. That allegory sounds great. I mean, it's a great analogy, and I'm going to try that after we're done here.
Amazing, love it.
Yes, absolutely. Final thoughts. I mean, is there a place where people can go online and maybe kind of learn more about this, practicing meditation, mindfulness, reducing stress through these kind of different techniques?
Absolutely. As I previously mentioned, the Lifetime digital app is totally free to members and non-members. So if you're not a member of Lifetime, don't feel like you still can't download that app from the App Store, log in. And then within there, we have a challenge going on during May. It's to practice meditation every day, and it's literally just 5 minutes. So once you log into the app, one of the first things that you'll see is that practice for mindfulness. I would encourage you guys to drill into that, check it out. And beyond May, this will be available, again, free to members and non-members for you to check it out. They've got various different types and lengths of meditation. So once you get more comfortable with 5 minutes, you might bump up to 10 minutes on a day that you have a little bit more time and see how your mind reacts to a little bit more space and intentionality in those times. We also have classes here during the month of May at Lifetime. So if you're interested in trying out a class, all of our instructors are incorporating 5 minutes of mindfulness at the end of class. So if you want to just kind of get your toes wet, see what it's about, see like, can I really do it? A great way to practice is, first of all, to get out of your mind and into your body by doing some physical exercise, coming to a class, and then we'll wrap up the class with 5 minutes of intentional meditation or mindfulness. And I think that you'll find it's a lot less daunting than you think it is.
Allie Parker, Lifetime Fitness yoga studio leader in Collierville. Thank you so much. This was excellent. Lots of information, chock full there. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, a lot of sunshine expected across the Mid-South here today, and still with high temperatures near 90 degrees. Yes, it's hard to believe that the second day of October may also feature a 90-degree day. But there are some changes coming in our forecast. Yeah, we have a southeasterly wind, which typically would bring in warmer, muggier air in our direction. Not necessarily the case in the short term. 65 tonight, still with that southeasterly wind, mainly clear, mild night. But I say that knowing that we've got some changes on the way. Look at the humidity tracker. You see the darker greens here. That's indicative of deeper moisture, higher moisture values. The farther east that you go, the lighter greens, indicative of lower moisture and, of course, lower dew points. Well, guess what? That coming from the east and southeast as we go through the course of the day ahead, and even brighter colors in light beige and brown. That is even drier air. And guess what? From the east and southeast, coming in our direction towards the mid-south as we head into your Friday. So yes, some changes, my friends, are on the way. And drier air will be in place, especially by tomorrow. Mostly to partly sunny skies, 86 the high, still with that southeasterly wind and still blowing in low humidity. Dry day expected, and that will bode well for all events going on here as we head towards the upcoming weekend. The Mempho Music Fest, that kicks off Friday evening. 3 o'clock, the gates open up at Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden. Temperature about 86 degrees, easing our way down through about 11 o'clock into the upper 60s under clear skies and a light easterly to east-southeast breeze at about 5 miles per hour. The weekend, fantastic here across the Mid-South. We've got a fantastic setup of weather with 86 the high on Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday, sun passing clouds, a continued southeasterly breeze that will keep the drier air in place for Saturday, not necessarily by Sunday, and that will be by way of some changes as we start to see moisture building in our direction. The Memphis Tigers taking on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes on Saturday night over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Upper 70s at kickoff, easing our way down to the lower 70s by the end of the game. Mainly clear skies and rain chances and a big old goose egg. Now out to the tropics, a couple things to note here. Remember, we've been talking about the drier air coming down the spine of the Appalachians, and it's all in thanks to the remnants of Umberto and Imelda, which is still a Category 1 hurricane here early this morning, moving past Bermuda, heading out to sea, and again falling apart and becoming post and extra tropical here. We've got 2 waves that we're going to keep an eye on. One over the next couple days, now emerging off of Western Africa. Once it gets out here in the main development region, have a low chance of development here. But you notice there's a wave that is sitting right off of the Florida coastline here near Miami that has an angle towards the northern Gulf. Well, if you've been watching the last couple of days, we've been talking about that potential for some moisture to build from the south and east. And obviously, south and east of us is Miami and South Florida, and that moisture will be coming in our direction. Even if it is something that is non-tropical, it will have some tropical impacts from moisture moving in our direction, and that could build up to some rain chances. Here's a look at a first alert futurecast. This is a look at Saturday afternoon. Notice the moisture down along the Florida Peninsula, northern Gulf. That moisture is angled in our direction. Notice the wind barbs moving in our direction from southeast to north and west. That will help to facilitate that moisture coming northward as we head through the end of the weekend and the start of next week. That will bring us a better chance for some widely spaced showers. Now, understand some of these showers may have some heavy downpours associated with them, but it won't be a constant rain, I think, as we head towards Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. Now, there will be a front that will approach us from the north on Wednesday. Hopefully, behind that front, ridge of high pressure builds in from Canada that will usher in some cooler air that will take us into the middle and latter portion of next week. In the meantime, a high near 90 degrees here today. Humidity levels dropping off here as we head through tonight into your Friday and Saturday. And for the most part, Sunday morning will probably be comfortable enough, but you'll notice the humidity levels will begin to increase, adding in a few more clouds on Sunday afternoon. A few more showers by the afternoon hours of your Monday, still in the upper 80s, middle 80s on Tuesday and Wednesday. More clouds and a few more chances for rain and rumbles of thunder. Frontal boundary sweeps through the area. That will bring down the temperatures a couple of notches as we head towards the back end of next week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a massive plant sale going on at the Memphis Botanic Garden in just a couple of weeks. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Wyatt Peterson. And I remember Wyatt from last year's big sale. And Wyatt, you take care of all those plants out there. What a job that entails. How are you this morning? Good morning.
I'm doing well. Yeah, it is quite the job. We've got hundreds of different species and thousands of plants out here on the lot. It's nearly 2 acres, and it's just packed to the brim with plants. And we're really excited. That sale is going to be October 9th through the 11th. We've introduced a new thing here we're calling member mornings. So from 8 to noon, if you're a member of the garden, come on in. You get early access, and from noon till 5, then it's open to the public.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell me, because this is an annual plant sale, Memphis Botanic Garden, one of the gems in the city of Memphis, 96 acres of beauty out there. Tell me why this plant sale in the fall is so popular each and every year.
Well, I think it's popular because we provide all the fall color, like we have our staples that you could get at other places, but grown here. You have your colorful staples. We also have our hard to find like natives here, native plants that you can plant in the ground once and they will come back every year and be more and more beautiful. We've got all sorts of fruit trees, and really, since it's a botanic garden, we're providing, interesting botanics. We've got rarer finds here. And I think that people really are excited about just coming here, grabbing a coffee and picking up some of these really great seals.
As you mentioned, it's October 9th through 11th, member mornings from 8 to 12, and then open to the general public from 12 to 5. What are some of the big popular items when it comes to these plants? And tell us where you are exactly. It looks like you're in a greenhouse.
Yeah, we're in our beautiful greenhouse here. This is where we do a lot of our growing. Some of the big popular items, I would say, for fall plant sale are going to be your tree and shrub. And that is just because tree and shrubs it's better to plant them in the fall. You've got these cooler temperatures, so it's easier to plant, but it's less stress on the plant. You've still got warm soil for the roots, so they can establish all winter. So by the time you come around spring, you've got your plant and it's already, you got a head start.
Fantastic. Okay, so what would you recommend someone do if they're interested in this plant sale? Are there plants online that they can look at, Wyatt?
We should have a plant list online on our website right now, and that's just a small portion of what we're going to offer, actually. So we've got the stuff listed that we have right now. We've got more coming in. So I would recommend going on there and maybe making plans for your garden.
Excellent, excellent. So I know there's no reservations required, and as we mentioned earlier, it's October 9th through 11th, members 8 to noon, and then general public 12 to 5. Anything else you want to mention about this fall plant sale?
Well, we really appreciate it when people can come and take a plant home. All of the proceeds go directly back into the garden and everything we do here. So keeping this, local gym going and expanding is our mission. And we're really excited to have people here.
Okay, Wyatt Peterson joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, talking about this fall plant sale at Memphis Botanic Garden, October 9th through 11th. Wyatt, thank you for making sure that the Memphis Botanic Garden is beautiful each and every day throughout the year. And good luck on the plant sale this year.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Dawn, good morning. It's Andrew Douglas in Memphis. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. We got about 45 seconds before we come to you. Just wanted to say hello. Your last name is Kernagus, right?
Hi. Yeah, perfect. Yep, exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll talk to you in a second.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have you ever thought about living under the sea? Well, there is a company right now that is building a first of its kind subsea habitat in the U.S. In fact, they're building it in Florida. We know a lot of Memphians, Mid-Southerners love to vacation in Florida. Let's talk a little bit more about this topic with one of the scientists on this mission. She's also an aquanaut. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Dawn Kernagis. And Dawn, good morning to you. First, tell me about this mission, what it's about, and what is an aquanaut? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. It's so nice to meet you, and thank you so much for having me. So Deep is a company, it's an engineering company that is building out subsea habitats and expanding subsea human access. And so as noted, we're building our first habitat, the Vanguard habitat, which we'll talk about in a little bit, which we're really excited about. And you were asking what an aquanaut is. So essentially that is an individual who has lived undersea and been equilibrated or acclimated to undersea for at least 24 hours. That's kind of the formal definition of an aquanaut. So anybody who's been able to live in a subsea habitat or in a system that allows individuals to go into what's called saturation, where essentially their body becomes equilibrated to the surrounding pressure at depth.
Wow, okay. So that was something that you were a part of at some point. Tell me about your experience and tell me more about this project in Florida, when it's going to be built, and what the goals are.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to live in a subsea human habitat as part of a NASA mission. So for quite some time, NASA was running undersea missions where they sent astronauts and scientists to live subsea to test out things like protocol and software and hardware in the extreme environment of living undersea. And so there's just such an amazing opportunity to be able to be, so to speak, immersed in the environment for 24/7 and to experience what it's like to be equilibrated to that environment and do these long extended dives that you can do out of these habitats and really amplify the work that you can do on the bottom of the ocean. And so Vanguard is our first habitat that we're building through Deep. And this is our pilot habitat that will allow for a crew of 4 to do missions of 7 days or longer. And we're just really excited to get this first habitat on the bottom of the ocean and just start expanding subsea human habitation access. Oh, I can't hear you.
That's my fault. So you told us it's in Florida. Can you tell us exactly where?
So we have a number of different things going on in Florida, but we are building out this first habitat and really building out research and development capabilities in Florida. So as we're expanding our business and building out future habitats. We also have a site that's in Texas. So in Houston, Texas, we're building out our first manufacturing facility in the U.S.
Okay. Is it on the east coast of Florida, the west coast, and what are some of the goals of this mission?
Yeah, so right now the habitat is being built on the east coast of Florida. And really the goals of this mission are being able to develop the subsea habitation access for scientists and explorers and educators and even individuals involved in spaceflight for training opportunities.
Very nice. Okay, so when is it supposed to be built and when are humans supposed to be living in it? And this video that we're watching, is that what it's supposed to look like? It looks like almost something that you would see maybe on the, like an International Space Station of sorts.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the habitat that we're going to be living in on the bottom of the ocean. So we're really excited about that. We're actually have another announcement coming out very soon about when that habitat is going to be available and where that's going to be placed. So stay tuned, and we're excited to share that information and revisit this conversation as soon as that happens.
So Dawn, I mean, here we are, we're in Memphis, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. Why should people around here care so much about something like this that's happening in Florida, where people live under the sea or on the surface of the ocean of the sea? Why should it matter to them?
Well, our oceans are critically important to us for a wide variety of reasons. And so these subsea human habitats are really going to allow individuals who are studying the oceans and exploring the oceans that advanced capability and that extended capability to get a better understanding of how to protect our oceans and really understand how our oceans also impact us. So things like pharmaceuticals, for example, there are opportunities where you have individuals in these subsea habitats that could go out and identify potential marine peptides that could potentially be used in the pharmaceutical space. And so just thinking about kind of that interaction of the human and the ocean, it's persistent. You don't just have to live on the coast to have that positive relationship with the ocean.
Is there a place online we can learn more about this project on?
Absolutely. So you can visit our website at deep.com, and also you can visit our socials at Deep Engineered.
Okay, Dr. Dawn Kernagis joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for this info. Very fascinating, and look forward to various announcements upcoming. We appreciate your time.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me.
You got it. All right. Another live look from our High 5 camera. Just a gorgeous day today, Thursday, 72 degrees, 8:51. Let's talk about your forecast.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, a lot of sunshine expected across the Mid-South here today, and still with high temperatures near 90 degrees. Yes, it's hard to believe that the second day of October may also feature a 90-degree day. But there are some changes coming in our forecast. Yeah, we have a southeasterly wind, which typically would bring in warmer, muggier air in our direction. Not necessarily the case in the short term. 65 tonight, still with that southeasterly wind, mainly clear, mild night. But I say that knowing that we've got some changes on the way. Look at the humidity tracker. You see the darker greens here. That's indicative of deeper moisture, higher moisture values. The farther east that you go, the lighter greens, indicative of lower moisture and, of course, lower dew points. Well, guess what? That coming from the east and southeast as we go through the course of the day ahead. And even brighter colors in light beige and brown, that is even drier air. And guess what? From the east and southeast coming in our direction towards the Mid-South as we head into your Friday. So yes, some changes, my friends, are on the way. And drier air will be in place, especially by tomorrow. Mostly to partly sunny skies, 86 the high, still with that southeasterly wind and still blowing in low humidity. Dry day expected, and that will bode well for all events going on here as we head towards the upcoming weekend. The Mempho Music Fest, that kicks off Friday evening. 3 o'clock, the gates open up at Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden. Temperature about 86 degrees, easing our way down through about 11 o'clock into the upper 60s under clear skies and a light easterly to east-southeast breeze at about 5 miles per hour. The weekend, fantastic here across the Mid-South. We've got a fantastic setup of weather with 86 the high on Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday, sun passing clouds, a continued southeasterly breeze that will keep the drier air in place for Saturday, not necessarily by Sunday, and that will be by way of some changes as we start to see moisture building in our direction. The Memphis Tigers taking on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes on Saturday night over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Upper 70s at kickoff, easing our way down to the lower 70s by the end of the game. Mainly clear skies and rain chances and a big old goose egg. Now out to the tropics, a couple things to note here. Remember, we've been talking about the drier air coming down the spine of the Appalachians, and it's all in thanks to the remnants of Umberto and Imelda, which is still a Category 1 hurricane here early this morning, moving past Bermuda, heading out to sea, and again falling pulling apart and becoming post and extra tropical here. We've got two waves that we're going to keep an eye on. One over the next couple days now emerging off of Western Africa. Once it gets out here in the main development region, have a low chance of development here. But you notice there's a wave that is sitting right off of the Florida coastline here near Miami that has an angle towards the northern Gulf. Well, if you've been watching the last couple of days, we've been talking about that potential for some moisture to build from the south and east. And obviously, south and east of us is Miami and South Florida, and that moisture will be coming in our direction. Even if it is something that is non-tropical, it will have some tropical impacts from moisture moving in our direction, and that could build up to some rain chances. Here's a look at a First Alert Futurecast. This is a look at Saturday afternoon. Notice the moisture down along the Florida Peninsula, northern Gulf. That moisture is angled in our direction. Notice the wind barbs moving in our direction from southeast to north and west. That will help to facilitate that moisture coming northward as we head through the end of the weekend and the start of next week. That will bring us a better chance for some widely spaced showers. Now, understand some of these showers may have some heavy downpours associated with them, but it won't be a constant rain, I think, as we head towards Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. Now, there will be a front that will approach us from the north on Wednesday. Hopefully, behind that front, ridge of high pressure builds in from Canada that will usher in some cooler air that will take us into the middle and latter portion of next week. In the meantime, a high near 90 degrees here today. Humidity levels dropping off here as we head through tonight into your Friday and Saturday. And for the most part, Sunday morning will probably be comfortable enough, but you'll notice the humidity levels will begin to increase, adding in a few more clouds on Sunday afternoon. A few more showers by the afternoon hours of your Monday, still in the upper 80s, middle 80s on Tuesday and Wednesday. More clouds and a few more chances for rain and rumbles of thunder. Frontal boundary sweeps through the area. That will bring down the temperatures a couple of notches as we head towards the back end of next week.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, believe it or not, Mempho Music Fest is not that far away. This is scheduled for October 3rd through the 5th. 3 different stages, more than 20 musical acts, and this is at the Radiance Amphitheater at Memphis Botanic Gardens. Such a great time, always a great venue. No question about it. It is a ton of fun. And joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm talking with Mike Smith now, who is talking about the hourly lineup on Mempho Music Fest. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, Andrew. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so tell me about this lineup that we have going here this year. I know that, increments, we find out who the headlines are, then we find out more of the bands and when they're playing, what days. Now the hourly lineup. Tell me more.
Yeah, that's right. We have a great lineup this year. Like you said, 3 great stages with tons of great acts. And yeah, we just released the actual schedule so people can determine, when they can come and get tickets and come out and have a great time.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about that. The main headliners for people that are watching right now. We have thousands that watch each and every morning. Perhaps they haven't kept up, but October 3rd through 5th at the Radiance Amphitheater, Memphis Botanic Garden. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so Friday and Saturday night we've got the return of a great band, Widespread Panic. They've played the festival a couple of times in the past. Just a huge drawing act. a really, really solid fan base of folks that come out and see those guys every year. So we're excited to have them Friday and Saturday night. And then Sunday, a great country act, Tyler Childers, who's just selling out stadiums everywhere and just has a brand new record out, produced by Rick Rubin. It's a really, really exciting time. And then tons of bands playing before each of those acts. On Friday, we've got a great New Orleans act called Galactic, who's played Memphis quite a few times. Father John Misty is a great indie rock band. Leftover Salmon, great bluegrass act. And then on Sundays is pretty much a lot of Americana stuff with Charlie Crockett, Sierra Farrell, and then, like I mentioned, Tyler Childers, the big headliner that night.
Yeah, it is a great time. People were talking about Tyler Childers a while ago here in the newsroom, and then, of course, widespread panic. They're pros. They've been pros for a long time. What was great, Mike, was that I saw last year, had no idea who Marcus King was, and oh my gosh, he just brought down the house when he played. It was great to see. Tell me, what
absolutely.
else?
We definitely pride ourselves on bringing out acts that you might not have seen or heard of before, but are on the verge of breaking. And like you said, Marcus King was one of those bands. He's been out opening for Chris Stapleton since he's played our event, touring Europe. So yeah, it's exciting for us to get to showcase artists to people that haven't seen them before.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And so this is something that's going to be October 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the Radiance Amphitheater. We're looking at some video from years past, and I guess the usual staples will be there in addition to the music, right, Mike?
Yeah, there'll be tons of food trucks, lots of places to get beverages and food. And then, we have a couple of signature things we do every year. The Incendia Dome, which you're seeing there, is a fire dome that has DJs and silent disco in it. And it's just a lot of fun for folks that haven't seen that kind of stuff before.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, Mike, this has been great, getting people pumped up and excited for Mempho Music Fest, October 3rd, 4th, and 5th. One more time before we let you go, let's talk about tickets, how people can get them.
They go to the website, memphomusicfest.com, and they're there. They're going fast. So I would suggest go ahead and get them, especially those Sunday tickets. Like you said, Tyler Childers, those tickets are moving quick.
All right, appreciate it. Mike Smith, Mempho Music Fest, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Talk about the big event, a 3-day event at Radiance Amphitheater, Memphis Botanic Garden. Mike, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. See you in October.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We always love to have different people all across Memphis and the Mid-South on the digital desk just to get an idea of what's going on, catch up with them and their community. Right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm joined by Bartlett Mayor David Parsons, along with communications specialist Todd Harford. They are joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about what's happening in Shelby County's largest suburb. So, David, good morning to you. I know that October is very busy all across the Mid-South, and in Bartlett, it is no different, right? Good morning.
Exactly, Andrew, you hit it right on the head. What I just heard is a forecast that says, come to the Bartlett Fall Festival, our fall festival, our barbecue contest, and our car show. One good thing that's kind of unique is we have a whole bunch of vendors there. We've got music. Friday night we have music by Truck Patch Revival, and then formerly known as. So we got great music, a lot of vendors. One thing, Andrew's a little bit different about our barbecue contest. We're one of the only municipalities that we have fire competing against police. And this year we opened up a new event where it's a women's only contest. Women's only rib contest. So we fielded a little over 40 teams. So it's rounded out. The barbecue looks really nice. Another thing that's unique, you can go to the city website. Yeah. We're going to have a rib eating contest sponsored by Fat Larry's. So there's really good ribs. Go to the city website. You'll be on the main stage at 3:30 and you see who can pack in the most ribs.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Mayor, let's back up for a second. So we have both of these events happening this weekend, or is it throughout the month? How's this work here, and where is it?
It's at Freeman Park in Bartlett off of Sycamore View. It starts Friday night and runs from 5:30 to 9:30. That's when you can hear the music. And it's simultaneously barbecue contest, the car show, and the festival's going on at the same time. So you can come enjoy a great Friday evening, and then Saturday morning, the park opens up and runs from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock on this Saturday. So it's a Friday evening and 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock on Saturday morning. And so come see the cars.
Yeah. I was just going to say, so this is a barbecue contest, a car show, and a rib eating contest all Friday and Saturday.
Yes, sir. And it's our festival. We also have Legends Never Die, and I'll let Mr. Todd talk a little bit about Legends Never Die.
Sure. We have teamed up with Deep River Fit, and they are bringing the Legends Never Die CrossFit competition back to Freeman Park for the second year in a row. It's going to be amazing. I will not be competing, but I will be there to cheer everybody on. That's going to start at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning.
And the Andrew, the car show is sponsored by Mustangs of Memphis. I think this is their 44th annual car show.
Okay, and so what I'm looking at right here is the Bartlett Fall Festival, and this is what you were talking about, right, at Freeman Park?
Yes, sir. I'm so excited. I know I talk fast, and hope I didn't mean to run by everybody.
No, not at all. Not at all. So we're just showing some of the video from, I guess this is years past, right?
Yes, sir, it is. There you see the barbecue champions, and you've seen pictures. That's a lot of our team there, the barbecue team. And it's just a great time. The unique thing about our barbecue contest, it's what we call a backyard barbecue contest, and it is a MBN, Memphis and Memphis Barbecue Network. So we have certified judges judging our contest, and it's really set up in the whole design, Andrew, is where we got small community teams from all around the Mid-South here, Lakeland, Bartlett, Arlington, and Germantown, and all of them coming over there. And if you ever have you're out there cooking on the grill, and your next door neighbor smells the smoke, and he hollers across the fence, "Hey, I can cook ribs better than you." This is a great place for him to come down there and let us decide who's the best backyard champion.
Excellent, excellent. I love it. So people can get information on the cityofbartlett.org website, right?
Yes, sir. And the City of Bartlett social media sites, Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, X. We're on all of those.
Excellent. Anything else you want to mention beyond this weekend? I'm sure there's plenty of other activities throughout the month, right?
Yes, sir, it is. We have several hundred events every year going on in Bartlett, and I'm going to let Todd fill you in next week what's going on in some of those events.
Sure. Bartlett Night Out. I know everybody's familiar with Night Out. Well, Bartlett has theirs in October because it's too hot in August to have it. So October the 7th is Bartlett Night Out. So neighborhoods will get together, have backyard cookouts. The mayor and I will be stopping by to sample your snacks. Then on the 18th of October, the 18th? 18th of October, we have the Bartlett Animal Shelter Microchip and Vaccine Drive. Come on out and get your pets vaccinated and microchipped. You do not have to be a Bartlett resident to participate. We just love to see all those fur babies get their shots and get chipped. And then as we get closer to the end of spooky season, the Singleton Community Center Haunted House We'll be kicking off October 23rd and 24th. So come on out. We're packed full of stuff to do all month long in October in Bartlett.
Okay, cityofbartlett.org for all the information mentioned here with Bartlett Mayor David Parsons and Todd Halford, Chief Communications Officer. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time this morning. Have a great time this month.
Thank you, Andrew. We got a box of ribs waiting on you.
All right, I love it. I'm there. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Endometriosis is a condition in which the tissue similar to the lining inside the uterus is found outside of the uterus. It can induce a chronic inflammatory reaction, can be very painful for women. In fact, about 1 in 10 women during their reproductive years have this kind of condition, and that's about 176 million women in the entire world. Let's talk about this condition more and what we can do about it with signs, symptoms, and treatment. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Patrick Clayton, an OBGYN with St. Francis Hospital. Dr. Clayton, nice to have you back on the Digital Desk. So tell us about endometriosis. Good morning.
Good morning. So what you said is exactly correct. It's a condition where that tissue is found outside of the uterus, typically in the pelvis, on the pelvic sidewalls, on the abdominal walls, even on the bowels, which can lead to a range of symptoms from chronic pelvic pain to cyclic pelvic pain, infertility, and a host of other symptoms like nausea, even diarrhea, painful urination. And with those symptoms, it can lead to a decrease in quality of life.
It sounds like it. I mean, it sounds terrible. And 1 in 10 women have it, it seems like, based upon the numbers I'm reading from. And what is a woman supposed to do if number one, they're diagnosed with it, and number two, the best treatments that are out there available?
So there are a range of treatments, and the first is to just talk to your doctor. It's not uncommon that women find that they think that their cycle pain is just normal, and for some women it can be, but for other women, when it gets to that point where it starts to interfere with your normal activities around the time of your cycle, or the chronic pelvic pain is so bad that you're not able to do your normal things, then that's when it's time to address it with your doctor, because there are treatments that can range from something like just starting on an NSAID regimen, even something like birth control pills or hormonal suppression can help decrease some of these symptoms. And then in severe cases, surgery may be warranted to help remove some of the endometrial implants, to address some of the scar tissue, and to help address the pain and other issues that are having that way.
So I understand there's no cure. Where does it come from? Is this a genetics kind of thing?
That can play a role. The whole origin of it is not completely understood. There's some thought that it may, during the menstrual cycle, some of the endometrial tissue goes out through the tubes and into the endometrial cavity, into the abdominal cavity, and implants that way. But those are just theories at this time.
Gotcha. And can you go through maybe some of the symptoms again for our audience, just so, perhaps you might be reaching someone that is wondering what's wrong with them, and they might not be familiar with this?
The classic symptoms would be increasing pain starting right before your cycle, or even a few days to a week before your cycle, chronic pain through your cycle, like cramping. Some patients will have diarrhea if the implants are on the bowel. Some patients will have pain with urination if those implants are on the bladder. And typically, as the cycle goes, then the pain improves for a period of time. Now, some patients do have chronic pelvic pain because endometriosis leads to chronic inflammation and scarring. Some patients can have infertility due to that inflammation and scarring.
Anything else we can touch on, doctor, when it comes to endometriosis, signs, symptoms, treatments? We have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk.
The biggest thing I would say is if you're experiencing any of these symptoms, I would address it with your doctor, because it's something that, while we don't have a cure for it currently, it can be treated and hopefully can, with the goal of improving the quality of life, restoring regular cycles without as much pain, and potentially improving fertility for some patients.
Okay, Dr. Patrick Clayton with St. Francis Hospital. Appreciate the info, the knowledge here on the digital desk. I know it's helping a ton of people out there. Thank you so much for your time. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Many of us have food allergies. Perhaps we have family members that have them as well. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to welcome in two people here. We have Colin Hood and his mother, Christine. Colin was diagnosed with 15 different severe food allergies, and navigating that kind of challenge is got to be so difficult, a lot of obstacles there. Good morning to you both. Colin, talk to us about the kind of food allergies you have and your best methods or practices for navigating any restaurant or school cafeteria. Good morning.
So as I grew up with all my food allergies, it's been, as you can probably imagine, very difficult to deal with. But as I've gotten older, there have been new ways to treat it, such as Neffy, which is a nasal epinephrine that you inject through the nose instead of a needle, like in the leg. And when I was younger, I was very needle phobic, which made it a lot harder to deal with allergies, because knowing that the one thing that could save you, you're kind of scared of, made especially my mom very nervous. But now that I've been getting older, it's been much easier to manage.
That's great news. I'm happy to hear. Christine, as a parent, talk to me about what it was like. How was Colin diagnosed with all these food allergies, and what did you do to protect his safety and well-being?
Great question. So I had him, and the first time I nursed him in the hospital, he actually his face swelled up. And at first they thought it was a clogged tear duct, and they kept taking him back to the nursery, and it happened again and again and again. Eventually we figured out, by 5-6 months old, he was diagnosed with 10 different food allergies. We're up to 17 now. So it was terrifying. I didn't know anybody else with food allergies, let alone this many. We've formed a great community, but keeping him safe is number one. So making sure that he has epinephrine available, that his babysitters, teachers, coaches, everybody had them, keeping the foods away. That's really the best we can do. But in the event of a severe allergic reaction, epinephrine's the only way. So having Neffy, has been so big for us because he remembers it. He's not afraid to use it. And with a slight side effect of maybe, runny nose, headache, or some nasal discomfort, that's a small price for the only drug that can stop a severe allergic reaction. So that's really big deal. And I hope other parents with food allergies, that's the most important thing, is to carry your epinephrine at all times.
So Colin, talk to me about your school experience. I mean, has the food allergies stopped you at all from doing things you want to do?
I wouldn't say it stopped me, but it has made things much more difficult. So, especially with sports and hanging out with friends, it's been a little difficult, especially when food's a part of it, because in high school, food is kind of a part of everything with how much teens eat. And especially in sports, like on buses, it could be very difficult to deal with other kids, especially because they're a little bit less accepting than adults are with information. So my good friends who are some of them aren't in sports with me help with the everyday stuff. So that's good for me.
Have you ever had an emergency where you've had to use Neffy? And tell me how that went.
He's not yet had to use Neffy, but he's had several anaphylactic episodes where he needed epinephrine. He's had one at school. He's had one at home. He's had them from takeout foods. So we've had to administer, but not yet, because Neffy's pretty new. We've not yet had to administer Neffy, but I have all the confidence that it has the ability to stop anaphylaxis the same way as any other epinephrine.
Anything else you want our audience to know? We have thousands of people who watch on the Action News 5 digital desk every morning. I open it up to both of you. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that with back to school season, there's so much out there. Talk to your teachers. Make sure that your school nurses and administrators have policies and procedures in place. There's a new expert recommendations out by the CDC called Food Allergy Management in Schools Expert Recommendations. And they are like a checklist of how to keep people safe and, more importantly, included in activities. So be ready, stock your epinephrine, make sure you have your Neffy, and have your action plans in place, and you can go back to school. So go to Neffy.com or your healthcare provider, and they can make sure you have everything you need so that you can be safe and included at school. And hand sanitizer does not work at removing food proteins. Hand washing is the best thing it can do, or hand wipes.
That's good advice there, Christine. Colin, what would you say to another student that perhaps is dealing with food allergies at school and with their friends?
Safety always comes first, so always put yourself before others. I know that might sound a little bit selfish, but with allergies, you really have to make sure you're safe. And if you're as diligent as possible and you take caution in social scenarios, you'll be fine.
All right. Well, Colin and Christine, thank you so much for joining us on the digital desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Very valuable information you passed along. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, students have returned to the classrooms, and there is a new study from Gallup and the Walton Family Foundation. And it finds that student engagement is at a 3-year high. That's great news. I mean, half of high schoolers now say school lets them do what they do best. That's up from 40% just a few years ago in 2023. But here's the thing, many students say their coursework isn't challenging or relevant. And they are also saying they haven't learned anything interesting recently. Let's talk more about this study from Gallup and the Walton Family Foundation with Romy Drucker. She is with the Walton Family Foundation. And Romy, I was looking at this, I was prepping for this interview. I found it very unusual, and I kind of want to do a little bit of a deep dive into that study. Tell us more. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, Andrew. Yes, the study is really important in helping us better understand what students are looking for in their school experiences. 56% of students say they feel ready for the future, but too few feel good about their everyday lives. What we know is that school can be a place that closes that gap by being a spark, helping students feel inspired and engaged, but something needs to change about school to do that.
It's so fascinating to me, so interesting. And so tell us what needs to change. Does it need to be tougher? Does it need to be more relevant? What do you think?
The number one factor we consistently hear from students is relevant. Make my learning and my experience relevant to the world of work and to the challenges and opportunities I'll face in the future. Only 37% of Gen Zers say their learning in school feels connected to the real world. We need to make school a place that brings in experiences and exposure to the world of work, but also gives students the skill sets and mindsets to thrive in their lives more generally. Students are asking for that.
You know what? I can understand that in a way that my kids have moved on to college and afterwards. My daughter just graduated, and I remember them saying, you know, I'm not going to use this in my real life, in my profession, and what I'm going to do. Why am I learning it now? And I often thought, well, maybe they should focus on, you know, more financial news, more business news, more how to stay financially afloat, investments, that sort of thing. Is that where something like this is headed towards? What do you think, Romy?
There's a school in Memphis called Power Center Academy that's doing this really well, creating interdisciplinary projects and opportunities for students to connect with information and experiences that feel relevant to the jobs of the future. So it's not just learning math and social studies and English, but it's doing that in a context that really bridges to opportunities and challenges students will face in their futures, making it relevant to career, making it relevant to how students will apply that knowledge in college and beyond. Students are saying they want learning to feel connected to the real world, and that's a message we need to rally around as educators and communities.
I love that, and thank you for pointing out that Memphis connection there, Romy. What else can schools do to better connect with students and real-world careers long-term?
One thing we know from this data is that teachers are absolutely a difference maker. Students are telling us that loud and clear. 78% of students say that when teachers make their learning more fun and engaging, they feel more inspired and hopeful about their future. So supporting teachers, really nurturing that human connection between students and teachers is everything. So we need to make sure that we have the right supports in place for teachers so that they can do what they do best.
Really appreciate this discussion, Romy. Where can people go if they want to learn more about the study and perhaps solutions to this disconnect?
You can learn more at waltonfamilyfoundation.org/Gen Z study.
All right, Romy Drucker with the Walton Family Foundation. Thanks for coming on the Digital Desk and talking about a very important issue. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's talk about COVID now, and as we enter into the fall season, what it means for all of us. Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, former Surgeon General Jerome Adams, to talk a little bit more about not only COVID, but how to protect our most vulnerable populations. Jerome, good morning to you. Where do we start?
Well, it's important to know that the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices just changed their recommendations. And that big change is that instead of recommending COVID-19 vaccines for all adults, ACIP now advises what's called shared clinical decision making. That means it's up to patients and their healthcare providers to decide whether or not you should get a COVID-19 vaccine based on your own individual risk.
Okay, and a lot of times we'll see different variants pop up during various seasons. Are we expecting that this fall?
Well, we're seeing, based on wastewater samples, that COVID-19 cases are rising in over 29 states in the United States. But I want your viewers to understand, we expect this. COVID has now become like the flu. Every year we see cold and flu cases start to tick up about this time. Kids are back in school. It's starting to get colder in different parts of the country. And so just as you get your flu shot every year around Halloween, we say flu before boo, you should be considering getting your COVID-19 vaccine, particularly if you're at higher risk. That's people over the age of 65. Seniors were 24 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID. If you're pregnant, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommends a COVID-19 vaccine to protect mom and baby. And 70%, 7 out of 10 adults in the United States have a risk factor for a negative outcome from COVID because they have high blood pressure, they're overweight, they've got diabetes, or like me, they've got asthma. So I got my COVID-19 vaccine and my flu shot last week.
Okay, and it's one of those things where, they can go to a local pharmacy to get it. That's what people are used to in years past. Is that the same now?
Well, in most cases, people still should be able to go into a pharmacy and get a COVID-19 vaccine without a prescription, particularly if you're over 65 or if you have a risk factor. But unfortunately, the new and unclear federal guidance so far means that it can vary by age, by state, by insurance status as to whether or not you can get a vaccine. My recommendation is that people go to cveep.org. And you can put in your zip code and find out where around you is offering COVID-19 vaccines. Talk to your local pharmacist and find out if you need a prescription and whether or not you're covered. Most Americans are going to be covered with no cost sharing for COVID-19 vaccines.
What about if you don't want to take the vaccine? There's been a lot of controversy. I don't have to tell you about the vaccine. What are some good alternatives, Jerome?
Well, again, this new guidance is designed to empower individuals to make their own choices. You've always had the option for the last several years to not get a COVID vaccine. But what I want people to really understand is what their risk is. Most people don't understand that the majority of adults are at risk. There was a new study that came out last week showing that children who got COVID multiple times last year were at much higher risk of getting long COVID. So it's why my 3 kids are vaccinated against COVID and against the flu this coming season. Other things you can do is just be aware of your circumstances. If you're worried about getting COVID, but you don't want to get a vaccine, then you've got to be wary of crowded situations. But not everyone has that choice. If you're a school bus driver, healthcare worker, cashier, you're going to have people coughing in your face all day. And that's why I want you to at least have that conversation with your trusted healthcare provider about whether or not the COVID-19 vaccine is right for you.
Okay, former U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time, valuable information. Thanks so very much.
Hey, thanks so much.
You got it. All right, another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break on this Thursday, and beautiful day ahead, 75 degrees, 9:34. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, a lot of sunshine expected across the Mid-South here today, and still with high temperatures near 90 degrees. Yes, it's hard to believe that the second day of October may also feature a 90-degree day. But there are some changes coming in our forecast. Yeah, we have a southeasterly wind, which typically would bring in warmer, muggier air in our direction. Not necessarily the case in the short term. 65 tonight, still with that southeasterly wind, mainly clear, mild night. But I say that knowing that we've got some changes on the way. Look at the humidity tracker. You see the darker greens here. That's indicative of deeper moisture, higher moisture values. The farther east that you go, the lighter greens, indicative of lower moisture and, of course, lower dew points. Well, guess what? That coming from the east and southeast as we go through the course of the day ahead. And even brighter colors in light beige and brown, that is even drier air. And guess what? From the east and southeast coming in our direction towards the Mid-South as we head into your Friday. So yes, some changes, my friends, are on the way. And drier air will be in place, especially by tomorrow. Mostly to partly sunny skies, 86 the high, still with that southeasterly wind and still blowing in low humidity. Dry day expected, and that will bode well for all events going on here as we head towards the upcoming weekend. The Minfo Music Fest, that kicks off Friday evening. 3 o'clock, the gates open up at Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden. Temperature about 86 degrees, easing our way down through about 11 o'clock into the upper 60s under clear skies and a light easterly to east-southeast breeze at about 5 miles per hour. The weekend, fantastic here across the Mid-South. We've got a fantastic setup of weather with 86 the high on Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday, sun passing clouds, a continued southeasterly breeze that will keep the drier air in place for Saturday, not necessarily by Sunday, and that will be by way of some changes as we start to see moisture building in our direction. The Memphis Tigers taking on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes on Saturday night over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Upper 70s at kickoff, easing our way down to the lower 70s by the end of the game. Mainly clear skies and rain chances and a big old goose egg. Now out to the tropics, a couple things to note here. Remember, we've been talking about the drier air coming down the spine of the Appalachians, and it's all in thanks to the remnants of Umberto and Imelda, which is still a Category 1 hurricane here early this morning, moving past Bermuda, heading out to sea, and again falling apart and becoming post and extra tropical here. We've got 2 waves that we're going to keep an eye on. One over the next couple of days now emerging off of Western Africa. Once it gets out here in the main development region, have a low chance of development here. But you notice there's a wave that is sitting right off of the Florida coastline here near Miami that has an angle towards the northern Gulf. Well, if you've been watching the last couple of days, we've been talking about that potential for some moisture to build from the south and east. And obviously, south and east of us is Miami and South Florida, and that moisture will be coming in our direction. Even if it is something that is non-tropical, it will have some tropical impacts from moisture moving in our direction, and that could build up to some rain chances. Here's a look at a first alert futurecast. This is a look at Saturday afternoon. Notice the moisture down along the Florida Peninsula, northern Gulf. That moisture is angled in our direction. Notice the wind barbs moving in our direction from southeast to north and west. That will help to facilitate that moisture coming northward as we head through the end of the weekend and the start of next week. That will bring us a better chance for some widely spaced showers. Now, understand some of these showers may have some heavy downpours associated with them, but it won't be a constant rain, I think, as we head towards Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. Now, there will be a front that will approach us from the north on Wednesday. Hopefully, behind that front, ridge of high pressure builds in from Canada that will usher in some cooler air that will take us into the middle and latter portion of next week. In the meantime, a high near 90 degrees here today. Humidity levels dropping off here as we head through tonight into your Friday and Saturday. And for the most part, Sunday morning will probably be comfortable enough, but you'll notice the humidity levels will begin to increase, adding in a few more clouds on Sunday afternoon. A few more showers by the afternoon hours of your Monday, still in the upper 80s, middle 80s on Tuesday and Wednesday. More clouds and a few more chances for rain and rumbles of thunder. Frontal boundary sweeps through the area. That will bring down the temperatures a couple of notches as we head towards the back end of next week.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The month of October is a lot like the month of May in Memphis. There are so many things that are happening all across town in festivals, events, celebrations, just being out hanging with other folks. There are so many different things. So the best resource in order to organize your thoughts of where you want to go, what you want to do, is the I Love Memphis blog. And we got Jalen Suchek here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk just to organize our thoughts, because there are so many things. Am I wrong? October is like one of the busiest months of the year, is it not? Good morning.
Oh, I mean, October is just insane. You got to think all the good weather we get, all the fall activities, as it starts to get a little bit cooler. So you have Halloween events. I just actually finished our October blog right now, and it's at 30 plus events. And honestly, we could keep adding to it. I could probably keep adding all day. It could be like 50 plus events happening this month. So it is a good time to get out.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. All right. So let's hit on a few of them.
Yeah, so these are, I just pulled 5 of kind of like my favorite fall activities right now, maybe like 5 fall must-dos. And so the first one is both for the kids and the adults. So we have ZooBoo and Zootoberfest happening at the Memphis Zoo. ZooBoo runs from October 10th to November 1st. If you have been before, you should know to get your tickets early because it does sell out. But it's a trick-or-treat station set up throughout the zoo. The friendly, spooky displays, magic shows, just a lot of fun for the kids. And then, of course, like Zootoberfest is basically adult trick-or-treating with beer stations throughout the zoo, and they do that every Saturday and Sunday. And also really cool this year is they have a new beer garden at the Memphis Zoo with vendor stations, brat stand, pretzels and nachos, beer cheese, apple pie, ice cream, all the fixings in there. It's free to enter that part, and you do purchase the food. But I love Zootoberfest. I think it's such a good time to go on the weekends, and especially as an adult, maybe if you don't have kids, to reacquaint yourself with our great zoo. So that's one of my must-dos this fall. And then you kind of saw a picture earlier is the pumpkin house at the Dixon. This is just one of those super fun fall traditions. And if you didn't know, the Dixon is free to visit all the time, always. And I did see an update for them yesterday that they had started to build out the pumpkin house. So it should be ready to go soon, if not by today. So you can go there free, take all your photo ops. You can do your family photos. And that's really popular. I've seen engagements happen at this house. Super cute little photo op. And then spend some time while you're there, experience the gardens, the galleries, and you can grab a bite at Park and Cherry. So Dixon's really an amazing resource that we have in the community. And then if we're going to continue the fall fun, we have the Mid-South Maze at the Agri Center. So this is a family-friendly maze during the day and weeknights, and then it turns haunted on weekend nights beginning this weekend, as if getting lost in a maze wasn't scary enough. So they'll bring in some actors and decor to make it a little bit more frightening on the weekends. But otherwise, it is kid family friendly. And then they do have a corn cannon, jumping pillow for the kids. Highly recommend going on a Wednesday night because that is their family night. So you can get a free hayride and bonfire with your admission. But I feel like a corn maze is a rite of passage for people here in Memphis. And then another one is kind of going the Zootoberfest theme. It is just the Oktoberfest season. So a lot of Oktoberfest have kind of already started to happen. So this is why I wanted to get it on people's radar, because we have a couple coming up that are great. It'll be happening throughout the month. But the big ones is Wiseacre this weekend, and then Grind City Brewing. Both have huge Oktoberfest celebrations. So you can expect drink deals, Stein holding competitions, beer specials, really appropriate like fall German food trucks on site. And we do have a blog dedicated to all the Oktoberfest celebrations that you can find on our homepage right now. And then the last one is maybe a little bit more untraditional. It is going to Elmwood Cemetery. I love Elmwood Cemetery. I think it's so beautiful, historic. And of course it is a little bit spooky, but it's perfect for the fall. There's just so much history in the cemetery, and they do a lot of incredible programming this month. So you see in the image now, this is from Soul of the City a few years ago. And what it is they'll bring in actors and they portray the stories of the residents that rest there at Elmwood Cemetery. So you walk around with a group and it's a really interactive, fun storytelling. They have the costumes, just a lot of fun. This also is a fundraiser for the cemetery for their, their upkeep and staff. And then they also do some more fun events, like they have cemetery cinema. So they'll broadcast a movie. They'll be doing Dracula later this month on the roof of their shed. And then they also do some really cool theme tours, sometimes highlighting maybe the darker side of some of the people who are in that cemetery, or some, just very fascinating, interesting stories that they curate there.
I'm so with you, Jalen. I mean, like, the Elmwood Cemetery is amazing. I went on a tour a few years ago with a group of teenagers, and you learn so much about a city, its past. It's incredible, and there's such a rich past right there in Elmwood Cemetery. It's amazing to me. In fact, a lot of times my wife and I will go to other cemeteries in other cities that we visit just to kind of learn a little bit more about that city where we're in. I mean, I love it, and it's a great place. I would think in October it's a lot of fun to check out.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe such a hard thing to wrap around, the idea of going to a cemetery for fun, but just trust me, it is a great place to visit. And like you mentioned, there's so much history. I think every time I go, I learn something new, whether it's, yellow fever, or, some Machine Gun Kelly's stories, mob stories back in the day. There's just, it's just an incredible, like, historical relic in the city.
Okay, and you mentioned for our audience that there is a specific dedication for October events on the blog. Is that right?
Yep, I just hit publish on it. So there are 30 plus events happening. You'll find it on our homepage, and I'll continue to add to it too as well, because like you said, there's a lot happening in October. But if you head to ilovememphisblog.com, you'll be able to find it.
Awesome. ilovememphisblog.com. Jalen Suchek joining us on the digital desk and telling us all about this amazing resource for free for everybody across Memphis and the Mid-South and beyond. Jalen, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. Hope you have a great October.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We have an amazing event each and every year coming to Memphis. It is the St. Jude Memphis Marathon, and there are so many people that make it happen, including some 3,500 volunteers. Joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined right now by Krista Flanagan. She works at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, Community Relations Volunteer Director. The Memphis Marathon is set for December 6th, Krista, so tell us how preparations are going. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Preparations are going really well. December is going to be here before we know it, but this is such a special event. When Danny Thomas envisioned all those years ago that no child should die in the dawn of life, and now here we are with this event, which is St. Jude Memphis Marathon Weekend presented by Jude's Plus. We have 23,000 runners, and like you talked about, 3,500 volunteers, cheer stations, spectators, sponsors, everybody coming together for that vision and making this the largest single-day fundraiser for the kids and families of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So it is a very, very special event for us and for the whole community of Memphis.
Yes, there's no question about it. It is something that everyone gets excited about, certainly on December 6th of this year. So let's talk about how volunteers can be a part of the process. Once again, how can they sign up?
Right. So volunteer registration is currently open. There are more than 90 volunteer positions, if you can believe that start in mid-November in terms of pre-preparation activities. And then we move to the Health and Fitness Expo, where volunteers can help with packet pickup, shirt distribution, all sorts of jobs there. And then you can imagine on race day, everything from the start line all the way on the course to the finish line to the finish festival, handing out food and beverage. And so again, like we talked about, volunteer registration is currently open. It's stjude.org/marathon volunteer. And we welcome individuals, we welcome groups, we welcome business teams of colleagues. The great thing about this event is there is a position for everyone. And so it's a simple registration process, and we would love to have everybody come out and celebrate and do this work with us.
You know, every time it comes, and there are just so many people, and I know you see this firsthand, Krista. There's just so many people that just want to be out there, wave, and root everybody on. And that's part of the process too, right? To have volunteers that just root on those runners.
You are absolutely correct. So we call that our Cheer Station program. And so we work with groups of all sizes, from 5 to 6 people who are family members who want to come out, to patient families whose children have been treated by St. Jude, all the way up to businesses and corporations and fraternities and sororities. And so we have a simple form that they can fill out and let us know that they want to come. We'll designate a spot for them on course. We'll make it simple. We'll give them all the cheer items, pom-poms, poster making supplies, all the fun things that they can use. But as you can imagine, our runners, especially those going the longer distances, really need that cheering on. And our St. Jude Heroes program, which is our runners who do the fundraising, who help us raise that $16 million, they really need that help to be cheered on too. And so it's a really special program that we've created, that if you don't want to run, if you're maybe not interested in committing to be a volunteer, just come out along the course and really celebrate with us. We're trying to create this event as it's the first Saturday in December every year for Memphis, and it's a celebration not only of St. Jude, but of the city of Memphis. We have people coming from all 50 states, 20 plus countries, and this is really maybe the first time they see the city of Memphis, and it's an opportunity for us to get out there and show them what's so special.
No question about it, and we're so proud to have such a gem like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in our backyard, being here each and every day, and having the Memphis Marathon, having the St. Jude Dream Home, all these different events. Such a great mission statement, looking and providing cures for so many families out there, for so many young children. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Krista? I guess let's mention once again the website where people can sign up.
Yes, it's stjude.org/marathon volunteer. And, we can kind of give an insider tip to all your viewers. So whether they're running, volunteering, or cheering, this is the year to get in, because next year's our 25th anniversary. And so those people that participate in those methods this year will get kind of first dibs to be part of the 25th anniversary, which is going to be so much more special this year. It's always a special event, but we know next year is going to be really important to us. So get in now.
All right, Krista Flanagan, volunteers needed for St. Jude Memphis Marathon. It is December 6th, so it'll be here before we know it. We really appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you, Krista, and all the best for that December 6th weekend. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate being on with you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are all trying to age in the healthiest way possible, not only looking great, but also feeling great, and most importantly, keeping your brain health very cognitive as well, making sure that we are doing everything to protect our brain. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by 2 local trainers at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville to take us through step by step on the best ways to age in the healthiest way. I'm joined by Mariah LaMattina and John Broadway. Good morning to you both. I see you have you're all set up, ready to demonstrate some things. I'm eager to get to this segment here. First off, where do we begin when we want to age in the best possible, healthiest way known out there? Good morning to you both.
Yeah, so I would say it starts with resistance training. As we get older, we start getting a decrease in muscle mass, decrease in bone density. So one of the biggest steps is starting a resistance training program. You want to look at 3 days a week. 50 minutes is the recommended amount. You want to hit most major muscle groups is what you want to do when you're resistance training. And that's going to help build up those bones, those muscles to help with stability and prevent falls.
Okay, so, just for our audience out there, because we have lots of people joining us on the digital desk, resistance training. So spell out exactly what that includes.
Yeah, that can look at many different forms. It could be body weight training. It could be bands. It could be dumbbells. It could be weight machines in the gym. So really any type of movement that's going to put your muscle under some type of contraction, that's what we're talking about with resistance training. And you want to look at maybe, somewhere between 8 to 12 repetitions when you are doing resistance training. You don't want to do too much weight. You don't want to overexert yourself because then that could cause other problems as well, such as high blood pressure. So you want to make sure it's a manageable weight that you're lifting. And then you want to do that about 3 sets. And then again, you just want to do that 3 days a week. That's just what the recommended amount is.
Gotcha. Okay. And Mariah, I feel like you're about to tell us something, or at least demonstrate something. Let's see it.
All of the above. So I guess I wanted to start it with just, if I'm speaking to people who are of all different ages today, in your 20s, 30s, there are things that we can be doing to set ourselves up successfully for a healthier lifestyle. But also if I'm talking to you and you're in your 50s, 60s, 70s, and you're feeling like maybe it's too late and I haven't done anything and I'm already struggling a lot, I just want to comfort you and let you know that it's never, ever too late. The body wants to be healthy. You just have to give it the tools that it needs. So going into that strength training, like John talked about, is really, really good for you. Just starting to move your body in different ways, you're going to start to get progressions and improvements, and you're going to live and feel better as you do that. So that's one thing I wanted to make sure to clarify is it's never too late to start.
That's such an important point out there, Mariah, because there are a lot of people that are might not be in the best shape, and they might think, oh well, every time I go to the gym, I feel insecure about the way I look, and I'm never going to look in shape or look my best self. I shouldn't even start. But your point is, it doesn't matter where you are at any point in your life or any point of your exercise journey. Just start, right?
Exactly. I was talking to a client here at Lifetime last week, and she was absolutely dreading aging and getting older. And we joked about it, but it really is truly how she was feeling at that time based on where she is now. She just can't see that projection getting better and better into your later years. So I talked her through it, and she's already making great strides. I've only been working with her about a month. She's improved her strength, her mobility, and her balance and all kinds of things. So she's doing great. But, science has really developed ways to prolong our lifespan, right? Like, we're so thankful we are living longer and longer, but that science doesn't necessarily figure out how to give us the quality that we're hoping for in those later years. So, it's doing strides, and maybe, who knows, the technology is changing. So any day now we could have this magic pill. But until we have that, we really have to focus on doing the work and continuously doing the work. You can't just do it one time and hope for all these good things to come. You have to really work on your progression of just every day taking a little bit more action.
Okay, and speaking of action, would love to see some action that you guys have planned for us.
Yeah, for sure. We have some demos. John's going to help me out and demo some things. So we want to start with a seated march, because we may be talking to people who have not started anything yet and are just wondering where to start. Maybe you're at work and you're at your desk all day, but you want to get a little bit of muscle activation. So just marching your feet in a chair can be a great way to just start activating your core, engaging your hip flexors, and starting to work from there. Now, this march can be progressed up into a standing position where you're marching in place, driving those knees up to your hip height, engaging that core, flexing the feet up nice and tall so that you've got a really good, strong core engagement. This is not a fast speed thing. We're trying to get the stability in there. You can even progress that further into a hip flexor hold where you're working on some balance there, really testing John here to bring that knee up high to his hip, hold it out, and then maybe kick it out and slow and control it back in. All of those things are really starting to engage those hips in ways that our desks just don't help us do.
Gotcha. No, that's a great idea. I was just going to say, Mariah, that's a great idea, especially for all of us who are working, you know, in an office setting, 7, 8 hours or more a day. You know, we need something at our desk. I know a lot of people like standing desks. That's probably a benefit too, right?
Exactly. Although standing for a really long time or sitting for a really long time can be bad, the nice part about standing is you can start to shift. So if you are at a standing desk, try to keep some movement in, maybe lift a foot up under your desk to really keep some movement happening, not just standing still.
Excellent. Okay. So what else?
All right. Our next move is a squat, and we want to start that from the beginning as well. So as you sit down, you want to think about controlling, squeezing the glutes and sitting down into your chair and trying not to use your hands. You can always use those to start, but if you can, try to rise back out of your chair with or without that support of your hands. If dropping down all the way to a chair with control is still difficult, we can always go, as long as you have a very steady surface, a chair or a countertop, you can use your arms on either side of you to kind of drop down into that squat, and you'll progress that range of motion as you go, eventually taking it to a squat without any assistance, dropping back and down into your heels just like you would.
Excellent. Now, I know, you know, John started off by talking about resistance training. This isn't resistance, though, right? This is just other things to get people involved in, you know, just exercising no matter where they are.
So it is resistance training somewhat because you're using your body weight, but most important with this is really get those range of motion in your hips, your knees, your ankles, just really simulating those everyday life activities that you're going to be doing.
Okay,
and you can
excellent.
always add weight to this as well. You could put a dumbbell in your hands and stuff once you have that mobility and the range of motion ready.
Excellent. Okay. Well, listen, we want to wrap up here, and I appreciate you guys demonstrating some easy things that we can do no matter where we are. Final thoughts, final comments for our audience out there.
Yeah, we do want to talk about a couple of nutrition products that are great for healthy aging. One that I want to talk about is creatine. It's our power product. With creatine, this is going to help with your muscle strength. Also, it's going to help with your cognitive as well. There's a lot of studies that come out recently, just help with increasing energy, and also help with brain memory.
For sure.
And then we have a couple other products here too.
We've got our protein that obviously an ideal diet is a whole food diet, eating lots of nutrient dense variety of whole foods. But in our standard American diet, it's very difficult to get all the nutrients you need in just your foods alone. So if you need to and want to supplement, this is a great way to do it. Lifetime has a great line of supplements with our protein. We have an all-in-one that includes some vitamins and minerals and stuff in there as well, or you can get just protein. And for people like me, I'm a vegan, so we do have our vegan and our whey-based products. So protein is a really good one. Most Americans, especially as they age, need to increase their protein intake just a little bit because you're starting to combat that muscle loss and bone density loss that is typical with the aging. So we want to increase the average range of protein intake should be about 0.7 grams per pound, and then anywhere up from there to about 1 gram per pound of ideal body weight. So that's a good goal, and a way to get that in is sometimes adding an extra scoop of your stuff to a shake or a smoothie or even a yogurt bowl, all kinds of things. And then we also have collagen, which does similar things for your body and your brain health, but also helps your joints and can help with your skin, hair, nails, all of that stuff too.
And you don't have to be a member of Lifetime to purchase these products. You can go to our Lifetime shop and be able to purchase these as well.
All right. Well, listen, John Broadway and Mariah LaMattina, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. And I know that the thousands of people are watching right now. They're going to want to go back and look at some of the different things you mentioned, you talked about, you demonstrated, because there's a lot of valuable information here in this interview. We really appreciate you guys coming on the Digital Desk. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we look forward to the next time you join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Did you watch AGT, the season finale? They crowned a winner. Check this out.
I just woke up from a dream. You and I, we had to say goodbye.
Listen to that sound. That is Jessica Sanchez. She made her return to the America's Got Talent stage after appearing on the first season of America's Got Talent. We're on season 20, and guess what? She ended up winning the season. Season 20, she was crowned season 20 winner with $1 million. She is joining us right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Jessica, congratulations. Unbelievable. You were in the first season. You're now on season 20. You are crowned the champion. And by the way, you're 9 months pregnant. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm on cloud nine. You know, I'm so grateful. I'm so blessed. This has been a long time coming for me. I've been working so hard at this. So this is just, I feel like such a moment for me.
I bet. I mean, my gosh, full circle moment. You were there for season 1. I remember watching season 1, and you were just 10 years old. Take me through this process of being on that first season and then where you are today and then winning it all.
Yeah, season 1, I was 10 years old, and that was like really where the dream ignited in me, where I was like, this could be something bigger than I could ever imagine. And I was devastated when I didn't make it through at 10. I was like, this is over. It's done with my dreams. I don't know what I'm going to do. But, you know, I found that little bit of faith. I persevered. I kept fighting for this dream throughout the 20 years. I've had a lot of ups and downs, a lot of low lows. And so I'm super proud of myself for taking that leap of faith this year. Being 9 months pregnant as well, I found some inner strength, and to just take it home and become the winner this year has just been so amazing.
I bet. So here we are. You're the winner. You win the prize of $1 million, and now you go on tour, right? So how are people going to be able to see you? And I understand you go on tour with other finalists. Is that right?
Oh, you know, I am not sure just yet. I feel like everything's been happening so fast. I mean, I would love to do a tour with the other amazing acts that were in the finale. They were just unbelievable. But, you know, I think the next really big thing for me is to get back home to Texas and to become a mom. And then also, you know, hopefully look forward to performing with those amazing talents again and just sharing, you know, this moment with America.
Absolutely. Give us a little bit of insight. Can you peel back the curtain to what it was like, that season finale or the leading up to it, what it was like for you, other contestants there, the range of emotions you were feeling?
Yeah, it's so amazing because beyond the talents that were there, everybody's personality was so amazing. And we were all like rooting for each other. Of course, we all wanted to win, but you just admire everybody's talents and everybody's so different. I mean, the variety that's on that show is just crazy. I mean, we really became a family. And so I'm just rooting for them and their careers. And I'm just super happy that the outcome was this. It couldn't have been any better for me with this journey that I've been on. And I'm just so grateful again.
Well, congratulations once again. I know that a lot of people want to know a little bit more about the judges. I mean, here you are. You saw the judges. They saw you. Can you tell us a little bit about what they're like when they're off camera?
I mean, they're all so lovely. Sophia was my golden buzzer, and she is always just such an amazing, beautiful, and graceful woman. Every time I've spoken to her, she's just so sweet, and she always rubs my belly. She always says hi to my baby girl. And then, Simon, I've always wanted to sing in front of him for so many years, and I was able to this year, and he's been so amazing. So I want to thank Simon too. I mean, they were all amazing. But Sophia, I mean, she just gave me the opportunity to be on that stage and be doing this process. So thank you again, Sophia.
One more thing before we let you go, Jessica. You sang so many great songs over the course of this season. Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Alex Warren. What do you think was that defining moment when you thought, okay, this performance right here, I think I have a really good shot, or I think I may have won it with this performance? Can you think back to what you think puts you on top?
I really don't know. Like I said, everybody was so different and everybody was so amazing. It's kind of hard to like compare your talents with the others. But I feel like every moment was special for me, especially being 9 months pregnant and feeling her move around while I'm performing. Every single time I hit the stage, it was a special moment. So I think I can't really pick one moment, but every single time I hit the stage, it was special.
So are we going to see you back on America's Got Talent with your little one when they're old enough?
That would be a dream. That would be so amazing. We're just going to have to wait and see until she gets older, but I can't wait for that. That would be great.
Well, a double congratulations for not only, months, actually weeks away, days away from giving birth to a beautiful baby daughter, and then here you are. You've won America's Got Talent season 20. You've won the cash prize. Congratulations! So many great things happening for you, and just so excited for you and what the future holds.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, there is a show that's coming to the Orpheum that I am sure plenty of you are excited about. This is called A Beautiful Noise, the Neil Diamond Musical, and it is coming to the Orpheum October 7th through the 12th. It is a winner of 5 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. It earned the Orpheum's its 5th Tony Award win for co-investing in a Best Musical winner. And joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I have Cooper Clack, who is part of all the festivities and is part of the ensemble, part of the cast. And I understand, Cooper, you went to high school in Memphis. Tell me more. Good morning.
Yeah, I went to Collierville High School. It was a great old time. It's where I found my love for theater.
Fantastic. When did you graduate?
I graduated in 2018.
2018. Well, fantastic. Well, it's great to meet you. So tell me what it's like to be on this cast and be a part of this musical where I bet the audience knows almost every song you guys perform.
Yeah, it's quite life-changing, actually. We toured through the Pantages in Los Angeles, and we actually got to meet Neil Diamond there. It was amazing. Audiences all over the U.S. are loving the musical. They're all singing along. It's so stunning to get to sing Sweet Caroline with a bunch of people who love the story and love Neil. So getting to share that joy and a special night with them just means the world.
I bet. So what do you do in the cast?
I'm in the noise, is what our ensemble is called. We are basically the noise in Neil Diamond's head. We're feeling the emotions that he's feeling. We're portraying them through dance and song. We also play different ensemble members throughout the show as well.
Fantastic. Okay, and so this is coming to the Orpheum October 7th through the 12th. Certainly excited. I bet you're excited, and I would think you would have lots of family and friends there too. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of my friends from high school are coming. A lot of my mentors from the Orpheum and the Halloran Center are coming as well.
Fantastic. Okay, so how do you want audience members to prepare? You know, a lot of times, we'll have people come on and say, okay, when you go, expect this kind of show. What can you tell our audience members?
I think it's a family-friendly show. I think it's meant for all ages. If you don't know anything about Neil Diamond or you know a lot about Neil Diamond, I think it tells about his life, like all throughout his life, through him in a setting with a doctor. He's talking with a therapist about his life and the struggles that he's gone through, while also highlighting all of his hits and what got him to where he is today. So I think it's a very beautiful, beautifully told story, and through song and dance, and also it's kind of like a play within a musical. So yeah, there's a lot for everybody.
Curious, it's called A Beautiful Noise. Do you know anything about the title?
I believe it is a song title. I can tell you that I wasn't a huge Neil Diamond fan before coming on the show, but I've grown to love him as I've traveled the country with his music.
Excellent. Anything else before we let you go, Cooper? It sounds like an amazing musical.
Yeah, I'm just excited to bring it to Memphis, and I'm excited for people that I've grown up with to be able to see me and see the show, and I'm excited to get some cheese fries from Huey's, and that's basically it.
Oh yeah, those cheese fries are everything. All right, Cooper Clack, we appreciate you. Congratulations on all your success. Looking forward to The Beautiful Noise, the Neil Diamond musical, October 7th through the 12th at the Orpheum. Congratulations on all your success, Cooper, and look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is a brand new book out, and it is from native Memphian Loretta McNary. And in it, there are all kinds of different uplifting, positive messages, like you are valued, you are needed, you are enough. And this book, Live Like You Believe, in just a few weeks, has inspired readers all the way from Florida to Dubai, sparking personal transformation, book club discussions, and women's retreats. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Loretta herself. She is joining us to talk a little bit about this book. And Loretta, good morning to you. Tell me why you wrote this book.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. The book actually wrote me. I thought I was just putting my thoughts down. I actually started 2 other books prior to this book and didn't want to edit because that meant I had to finish it and follow through. I wasn't quite ready, nor was God ready for those books to be released. So my uncle, Robert Shorter, he was admitted to the ICU in April. 4 days later, he died. But while he was in the ICU, the Lord gave me this vision that he was living while he was dying. He was well aware he was dying, but he was living. He was singing. He was talking to us. He was telling us to prepare everything. And it was sad and happiness at the same time. So I went home trying to digest it and just put those other 2 books aside and started writing this book. God gave me the term, Live Like You Believe. I wrote it in like 12 hours, 14 hours, trademarked the name, and here we are. Had it professionally edited, created the cover myself. My son and I decided that we would go with this, no picture, no anything, and here we are. Live Like You Believe, to tell people in the crushing, in the shrinking, you got to stop it. You are still loved, you're still valued. Everything that's within you, every dream you have, is still accessible and reachable. You just got to deal with your hurt and quit shoveling more hurt on top of hurt without dealing with it.
So, Loretta, a lot of times people write books about themselves or their life lessons. Who did you write this book for? And, we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning here on the digital desk. Who is it for out there, Loretta?
Initially, Andrew, it was for women who I knew were showing up day after day, being there for everybody, and going home and crying and in despair and sad. And then they get up in the morning and they repeat. What I found out by conversations and feedback, men are this book is resonating with them too. They're saying, that's my story. Loretta, how did you know? They take the book everywhere. It's been on airplanes, on beaches. It's in Australia now. It's in Japan now. Because once people read it, they identify with it, and then it becomes their anthem song as well. So I wrote it for me to heal, but the book ended up healing, countless other people as well.
So if a lot of times when people will write something, they can only put a small portion in the book, but the topic or the subject matter, they know much more than what they can fit in this book. Where did all this information come from? Where is this your life story? Is it your life lessons? How do you approach something like this kind of project?
Well, I knew I wanted to, it was therapy for me at first, right? I was writing my Queen Esther season, and the Lord turned it into something that I had to really be vulnerable and transparent, and other to help heal and initiate conversations about healing and shrinking and imposter syndrome and giving up on your dreams. So I wanted to make sure I told stories that were relevant. Like my story is the first chapter. And then there's a story of Queen Esther and how, she was taken from her home and she was put into a position to save other people. And she could literally be killed for it. And so I wanted to not like be killed for it, but I wanted to be in a position where I could help other people with my story and do something that moves the needle to peace and happiness and joy in a person's life right where they are today, without tons of accolades and money and people calling their name, but they got to have it themselves. And so I just started writing. And once the accolades, the comments start coming in, it had to be a conference so that people had a place to go for more and to really deal with this new version of who they are and who they want to be.
A lot of people might ask, okay, Loretta, it's a self-help book. I see them all the time on the bookshelves. What makes yours different?
I don't call it a self-help book because that's the problem that got us here. We're trying to help ourselves individually, isolated. This is a book that creates community. Yes, I can relate to this. Yes, I'm performing inspiration. I'm performing like everything is okay. Everything is not okay. And this book gives you permission to not be okay, but not to stay there. You have to do the work. You have to heal. You have to rise, and you are called to lead, whether it's your family, on your job, in your church, or just yourself. And as you can see, that little baby right there, there's actually one of my not my grandbaby, but a cousin's cousin's baby. And so the baby was blessing the book too. So everybody who touches it, they receive some kind of energy from it, not being psycho blablo, but just it's special. It's not just your ordinary self-help book.
If you could give a reader maybe one takeaway from your book in a sentence, what would it be, Loretta?
Everything that you've ever gone through that shook you, broke you, caused you to smile, gave you joy, and then shook you and broke you again is all needed so that you are stronger, you're wiser, you yourself learn to love yourself so that you can rinse and repeat for somebody else, the next person that's broken that you'll meet. You can give them courage and inspiration.
All right, Loretta McNary, author of Live Like You Believe on the Action News 5 digital desk. Congratulations on writing this book and all of your success. We appreciate your time, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you, Andrew, and the same to you. You're so incredibly amazing in our community. We appreciate you for telling these stories that can't be told without you, so thank you.
Well, I appreciate those comments, Loretta. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. This morning we are talking all things health, and this is a very important conversation not only for women but men as well. We are talking about self-examination, getting those self-exams. We are talking about getting mammography, those exams that are all essential for your health. And just in, St. Francis actually has extended hours for you to go and to get that exam, and that is a huge topic here. We are bringing in our friend Todd Guthrie to join us and talk more about the significance of this. His title is the Director of Radiology at St. Francis, Memphis. Good morning to you, Todd.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. As I mentioned earlier, this is such a significant conversation to have, and I know you have your own personal story. Do you mind sharing with us your story?
Absolutely. So back in 2003, I felt a lump in my breast. I was doing self-checks, and that was concerning to me. So I went to my doctor, primary doctor, and she did her checks, and she sent me off for an ultrasound and a mammogram, and they found that it was abnormal, both studies. So I took some medicine for a couple of weeks to see if that area would heal. It didn't. I went back, had everything repeated, and they sent me off to a breast surgeon, and I was not even 40 years old yet. So very concerning. I saw the breast surgeon. She said the only way we're going to know for sure is if we take that lump out and biopsy it and go from there. And that was a hard time in my life. From the start of that process to getting all the way to the surgery probably took about 3 weeks, and just that wait was very emotional time for me, because again, I've been in imaging my whole career for 32 years, and I knew male breast cancer happens. I know it's a lot rarer than female breast cancer, but I also knew if it was breast cancer, there's a high risk of it spreading before I get to know it. So I would recommend that everybody do their self-checks. Guys, if you have spouses or significant others out there, I would recommend that they push you to do your self-checks. And when you go to your primary care physician, make sure your doctor's checking your breast too, because we know 1 in 8 women will get invasive breast cancer in their lifetime. What they don't talk about is about 1 in 726 men will get breast cancer in their lifetime. So it's scary. So I would encourage everybody to stay proactive, get their screenings, and then just follow up with your doctor if you feel anything abnormal.
Yeah, Todd, when I have this conversation with others, and something that I typically hear is, getting that exam saved my life. I'm so glad that I did. I took that step. Do you have that same sentiment?
Absolutely. And we do know that early detection is key. The sooner we find anything wrong, the better we can treat it and the better the outcome is and the survival rate. So absolutely.
Yeah, and the significance here in this conversation, we were talking about the extended hours that St. Francis is offering now. Can you elaborate on that for those of our viewers who are listening this morning, and maybe they want to go ahead and schedule that appointment? What can you tell them regarding that?
So what I would say is we're going to try something a little bit different for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We're going to have mammography Mondays at both the Memphis and the Bartlett campus. At Memphis, it'll be October the 6th and the 20th. From 3:30 p.m. to 6:15, and at the Bartlett campus it'll be October 13th and the 27th from 3:30 to 6:15. And the goal is really to make it more convenient for folks that are working, so they can come after hours and not necessarily have to miss any time at work and get in for their screening mammogram on those Mondays come October.
Essential information here. All right, this is Todd Guffey, the Director of Radiology at St. Francis, Memphis. Todd, was there anything you wanted to share that we did not ask you today?
Now, again, I will say we all probably know somebody that's dealt with a cancer diagnosis, right? So it is a big deal. I will tell you, I've seen it seems like cancer's hitting younger and younger. So please do your self checks. Please see your primary care doctor for your annual physical and get those screenings and just stay healthy. And we hope we don't have to see you, but we're here if you need us.
I love that. And actually, I'm glad that you hit on that when you talked about age, because when you have these conversations with some people, they're like, oh, I'm young, I don't have to worry about this now. I can put it off until later. But is there an age bracket here that you should go and get checked? Or, I mean, who's the audience here?
Yeah, I think, you know, the standard is still 40 and older unless you have a family history of breast cancer. So if you're younger than that, follow up with your primary care doctor, talk to them, get their recommendations. And again, if you feel anything abnormal, go get checked. Don't assume it's going to go away. And guys, please make sure that you're included in this because, again, male breast cancer, we don't like to think about it, but it does happen. And the longer we let it go, the worse the outcome is. So just stay proactive on your health and be healthy.
Todd Guffey, Director of Radiology at St. Francis, Memphis, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for the important tips, the important information that we all need, and I know our viewers appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There's a recent trend study that came out of Talker Research, and it had all kinds of different things when it came to travel, the latest travel trends, perceptions, ambitions, and generational takes of more than 2,000 customers. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined by Van Darden. He is Director of Media Relations for Talker Research. They did the study. Definitely want to do a deep dive on this, Van. So tell me more about the study and what did you find most interesting? Good morning.
Good morning. This year's report gave us a really interesting snapshot of how Americans are traveling and how travel is tied to so much more than just vacation photos. So we've identified three major takeaways in this large data set. First, by the numbers, Americans travel 2.5 times a year, spending an average of $3,500 annually. And that's not including luxury or international travel. That's just on domestic travel. Our second big finding is that travel might lead to better mental health. So people reported feeling 67% better after taking a trip. And 40% of people with excellent mental health say that travel is a huge part of their lives, versus 12% of people who would have poor mental health say that travel is a part of their lives. And then third, how technology and social media feeds into inspiration sources. So, for example, YouTube came out overall for the #1 place that people go to find travel inspiration. But Gen Z is turning to TikTok to get inspired, and millennials are embracing some of these emerging AI tools like ChatGPT to get inspired on where to travel and even to help plan their travel.
I was going to ask the generational stuff. It's interesting. No question about it, the different generations and where they go for travel ideas and you know, just kind of influence, that sort of thing. What are some of those trips that are on people's wish list, Van?
Yeah, we asked a bucket list for people to rank their bucket list. And the #1 that came out on top, 32% of everybody we talked to said their bucket list dream vacation would be taking a road trip across the USA. So that was number one. There were some others internationally that came out on the top 5: exploring Paris, seeing the Northern Lights in Iceland, seeing the cherry blossoms bloom in Japan, and then coming to New York to visit the Statue of Liberty. All of those are on the top 5. I think what we found from a trend standpoint is that domestic travel really is trending across the top 10 and the top 20, even for dream vacations. People want to see the USA.
You know, interesting, Van, I was looking at some of the results from that study, and it sounds like mental health played a part in just travel overall, right?
That's right. That's right. So again, feeling better while traveling is really what came out of the data, or rather maybe feeling better because of traveling is what came out of that data. Again, we talked about 67% feeling mentally better after a trip. But what we got really into, and again, you can go to talkerresearch.com/travel, see the full results of this massive trend report. But that people who feel better mentally travel more. And I think that there's a correlation there that we really started to dig into. That again, 40% of people with excellent mental health say that travel is a huge part of their life. So there's clearly some kind of link between getting out, seeing the world, or even seeing the country that you live in, and just feeling better about life. I think there's something really interesting to be said about that.
No question about it. Not surprising to me. Certainly you feel kind of refreshed when you're getting out of town and just kind of getting out of the rat race that many of us are in. Did you want to mention anything else about some of the different generational things you saw in this study? I know you mentioned YouTube and TikTok, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so social media definitely was a part of it. I think what was interesting is that millennials came out as the most travel hungry of all the generations. They averaged 4.2 international trips in their lifetime. It may not sound like a lot, but 44% of boomers told us that they have never traveled abroad. So big difference there. And again, not just social media for inspiration, but how people interact with social media is quite a bit different generation to generation. 39% of everybody we surveyed said that they feel pressure to post vacation content on their social media, but that number jumps a lot higher the younger that you go. Gen Z and millennials, maybe unsurprisingly, feel this stronger pressure. 55%, 51% respectively feel the pressure to post social media content when they're traveling. Boomers, on the other hand, just 15% say that they feel pressured to pull out their phones and post while traveling. Then, of course, there's that do it for the gram mindset we've heard of. 1 in 3 people, and that's according to every generation, including boomers, say that they have done things while traveling just to take a picture to post it on social media. Got to do it for the gram.
I'm sorry, that's terrible. I'm just kidding. That's, hey, look, it's research, right? It's what you found in research. Van, thank you so much. Interesting trends. Tell our audience one more time where people can see the full study, because you guys interviewed like 2,000 people, right?
That's right, and there's so much more data and so many more trends that we uncovered that we didn't have time to talk about today. Talkerresearch.com/travel. Talkerresearch.com/travel.
All right, Van Darden, Talker Research Media Director. Appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk and telling us about all the interesting results that came out of that study. We appreciate it.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You are in for a treat this morning. If you're already planning ahead of what your weekend will look like, or even what you can do today, well, a fall favorite is returning here in the Mid-South. We are talking about the Mid-South Maze, the 25th year for it. Of course, no better way to talk about this event than to bring in the Colonel to discuss this 25-year tradition. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Glad you had me.
Glad to have you here. I see you're already in the mix here. We talk about how this is just a fall favorite. So many people look forward to it. What should they look forward to for this year?
Well, we've been doing the same thing for a long time, which is hard to say for so many events, but it's very basic in its principle, then, that we have a large maze cut into a cornfield. It's a 10-acre labyrinth. There's questions all throughout the field. If you get the question right, it'll lead you down the right path. If you get the question wrong, you might get a little lost.
And what type of questions are we talking?
We're talking Memphis trivia, corn and agricultural trivia, pop culture trivia. We mix it up. So if you've seen some questions in the past, we might have some new ones out here for you this year.
I love that. I'm going to put on the screen now just some video and pictures of the maze to give people an idea of what they can expect. Again, you're in the mix of it all right now. What do you hope people, what do you think they'll be the most excited about, or what should they look forward to?
Well, we've got some great corn this year, and that's what it's really all about. The corn's nice and tall and green, and in spite of the drought, we have an irrigation system, so we're able to water it through that lack of rain that we had, and the corn's nice and tall. The deer are loving it. We got all kinds of wildlife out here, so it's just a great thing to do with your family, to not be sitting in front of the TV or your phone. Just get outside and enjoy the weather.
I love that. This definitely is a family-friendly event. You can bring out the entire family and everyone will have some fun. Outside of the maze, I know you said there are some other things that you can do. I know there's some twists and turns. You can have a bonfire. What else?
Yeah, we have a hayride and a bonfire on a family nights in October. That's free. Free hayride and bonfire where you can do s'mores. Of course, Friday and Saturday nights in October, the maze becomes haunted. So we have monsters jumping out of the corn at you. And if you feel so inclined, you can come out Friday and Saturday nights and see if you're as brave as you think you are.
I'd probably be no good. I just jumped at this monster behind you, I should say, but you're a natural. It didn't faze you at all.
Oh, is there something back there?
You see that?
Oh.
See, you're a natural. I'd be running all over the place. Okay, before we let you go, we got to get people there, right? So let's talk logistics. Let's talk parking, tickets, where they can go so that they can come and get in on the fun.
Absolutely. We are located at the Agri Center, which is on Germantown Road and Walnut Grove Road, right adjacent to Shelby Farms Park. The parking is free, so free parking, and you can get your tickets online at our website at midsouthmaze.com. We have, different family packages, and we have just individual tickets on there as well. So everything's available online, and we're just right here in the heart of the city, so it's real easy to get to.
All right, so if you're looking for a family activity or maybe a school trip or even a date night, this is a spot for you. The Mid-South Maze joining us again for year 25. So much fun to be a part of. All right, this is the Colonel joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Was there anything you wanted to add or share that I did not ask you today?
I think we got most of it. We're just looking forward to having another great year. And I know the customers that we've had look forward to it year after year. Every year the design changes. So it refreshes itself, and it's new and a new puzzle each year. So we look forward to having you all.
All right, sounds good. That's the Colonel joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Have a great day, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The month of October is a lot like the month of May in Memphis. There are so many things that are happening all across town in festivals, events, celebrations, just being out hanging with other folks. There are so many different things. So the best resource in order to organize your thoughts of where you want to go, what you want to do, is the I Love Memphis blog. And we got Jalen Suchek here on the Action News 5 digital desk just to organize our thoughts, because there are so many things. Am I wrong? October is like one of the busiest months of the year, is it not? Good morning.
Oh, I mean, October is just insane. You got to think all the good weather we get, all the fall activities, as it starts to get a little bit cooler. So you have Halloween events. I just actually finished our October blog right now, and it's at 30 plus events. And honestly, we could keep adding to it. I could probably keep adding all day. It could be like 50 plus events happening this month. So it is a good time to get out.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. All right. So let's hit on a few of them.
Yeah, so these are, I just pulled 5 of kind of like my favorite fall activities right now, maybe like 5 fall must-dos. And so the first one is both for the kids and the adults. So we have ZooBoo and Zootoberfest happening at the Memphis Zoo. ZooBoo runs from October 10th to November 1st. If you have been before, you should know to get your tickets early because it does sell out. But it's a trick-or-treat station set up throughout the zoo. The friendly, spooky displays, magic shows, just a lot of fun for the kids. And then, of course, like Zootoberfest is basically adult trick-or-treating with beer stations throughout the zoo, and they do that every Saturday and Sunday. And also really cool this year is they have a new beer garden at the Memphis Zoo with vendor stations, brat stand, pretzels and nachos, beer cheese, apple pie, ice cream, all the fixings in there. It's free to enter that part and you do purchase the food. But I love Zootoberfest. I think it's such a good time to go on the weekends, and especially as an adult, maybe if you don't have kids, to reacquaint yourself with our great zoo. So that's one of my must-dos this fall. And then you kind of saw a picture earlier is the pumpkin house at the Dixon. This is just one of those super fun fall traditions. And if you didn't know, the Dixon is free to visit all the time, always. And I did see an update for them yesterday that they had started to build out the pumpkin house. So it should be ready to go soon, if not by today. So you can go there free, take all your photo ops. You can do your family photos, and that's really popular. I've seen engagements happen at this house. Super cute little photo op, and then spend some time while you're there, experience the gardens, the galleries, and you can grab a bite at Park and Cherry. So Dixon's really an amazing resource that we have in the community. And then if we're going to continue the fall fun, we have the Mid-South Maze at the Agri Center. So this is a family-friendly maze during the day and weeknights, and then it turns haunted on weekend nights beginning this weekend, as if getting lost in a maze wasn't scary enough. So they'll bring in, some actors and decor to make it a little bit more frightening on the weekends. But otherwise, it is kid family friendly. And then they do have a corn cannon, jumping pillow for the kids. Highly recommend going on a Wednesday night because that is their family night. So you can get a free hayride and bonfire with your admission. But I feel like a corn maze is a rite of passage for people here in Memphis. And then another one is kind of going the Zootoberfest theme. It is just the Oktoberfest season. So a lot of Oktoberfest have kind of already started to happen. So this is why I wanted to get it on people's radar, because we have a couple coming up that are great. It'll be happening throughout the month. But the big ones is Wiseacre this weekend, and then Grind City Brewing. Both have huge Oktoberfest celebrations. So you can expect drink deals, Stein holding competitions, beer specials, really appropriate like fall German food trucks on site. And we do have a blog dedicated to all the Oktoberfest celebrations that you can find on our homepage right now. And then the last one is maybe a little bit more untraditional. It is going to Elmwood Cemetery. I love Elmwood Cemetery. I think it's so beautiful, historic. And of course, it is a little bit spooky, but it's perfect for the fall. There's just so much history in the cemetery, and they do a lot of incredible programming this month. So you see in the image now, this is from Soul of the City a few years ago. And what it is they'll bring in actors and they portray the stories of the residents that rest there at Elmwood Cemetery. So you walk around with a group and it's a really interactive, fun storytelling. They have the costumes, just a lot of fun. This also is a fundraiser for the cemetery for their, their upkeep and staff. And then they also do some more fun events, like they have cemetery cinema. So they'll broadcast a movie. They'll be doing Dracula later this month on the roof of their shed. And then they also do some really cool theme tours, sometimes highlighting maybe the darker side of some of the people who are in that cemetery, or some, just very fascinating, interesting stories that they curate there.
I'm so with you, Jalen. I mean, like, the Elmwood Cemetery is amazing. I went on a tour a few years ago with a group of teenagers, and you learn so much about a city, its past. It's incredible, and there's such a rich past right there in Elmwood Cemetery. It's amazing to me. In fact, a lot of times my wife and I will go to other cemeteries in other cities that we visit just to kind of learn a little bit more about that city where we're in. I mean, I love it, and it's a great place. I would think in October it's a lot of fun to check out.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe such a hard thing to wrap around, the idea of going to a cemetery for fun, but it just trust me, it is a great place to visit. And like you mentioned, there's so much history. I think every time I go, I learn something new, whether it's, yellow fever or, some Machine Gun Kelly's stories, mob stories back in the day. There's just, it's just an incredible, like, historical relic in the city.
Okay, and you mentioned for our audience that there is a specific dedication for October events on the blog. Is that right?
Yep, I just hit publish on it. So there are 30 plus events happening. You'll find it on our homepage, but and I'll continue to add to it too as well, because like you said, there's a lot happening in October. But if you head to ilovememphisblog.com, you'll be able to find it.
Awesome. ILoveMemphisBlog.com. Jalen Suchek joining us on the digital desk and telling us all about this amazing resource for free for everybody across Memphis and the Mid-South and beyond. Jalen, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. Hope you have a great October.
Okay, you do the same, Jalen. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, a lot of sunshine expected across the Mid-South here today, and still with high temperatures near 90 degrees. Yes, it's hard to believe that the second day of October may also feature a 90-degree day. But there are some changes coming in our forecast. Yeah, we have a southeasterly wind, which typically would bring in warmer, muggier air in our direction. Not necessarily the case in the short term. 65 tonight, still with that southeasterly wind, mainly clear, mild night. But I say that knowing that we've got some changes on the way. Look at the humidity tracker. You see the darker greens here. That's indicative of deeper moisture, higher moisture values. The farther east that you go, the lighter greens, indicative of lower moisture and, of course, lower dew points. Well, guess what? That coming from the east and southeast as we go through the course of the day ahead. And even brighter colors in light beige and brown, that is even drier air. And guess what? From the east and southeast coming in our direction towards the Mid-South as we head into your Friday. So yes, some changes, my friends, are on the way. And drier air will be in place, especially by tomorrow. Mostly to partly sunny skies, 86 the high, still with that southeasterly wind and still blowing in low humidity. Dry day expected, and that will bode well for all events going on here as we head towards the upcoming weekend. The Mempho Music Fest, that kicks off Friday evening. 3 o'clock, the gates open up at Radiance Amphitheater at the Memphis Botanic Garden. Temperature about 86 degrees, easing our way down through about 11 o'clock into the upper 60s under clear skies and a light easterly to east-southeast breeze at about 5 miles per hour. The weekend, fantastic here across the Mid-South. We've got a fantastic setup of weather with 86 the high on Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday, sun passing clouds, a continued southeasterly breeze that will keep the drier air in place for Saturday, not necessarily by Sunday, and that will be by way of some changes as we start to see moisture building in our direction. The Memphis Tigers taking on the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes on Saturday night over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Upper 70s at kickoff, easing our way down to the lower 70s by the end of the game. Mainly clear skies and rain chances and a big old goose egg. Now out to the tropics, a couple things to note here. Remember, we've been talking about the drier air coming down the spine of the Appalachians, and it's all in thanks to the remnants of Umberto and Imelda, which is still a Category 1 hurricane here early this morning, moving past Bermuda, heading out to sea, and again falling apart and becoming post and extra tropical here. We've got 2 waves that we're going to keep an eye on. One over the next couple of days now emerging off of Western Africa. Once it gets out here in the main development region, have a low chance of development here. But you notice there's a wave that is sitting right off of the Florida coastline here near Miami that has an angle towards the northern Gulf. Well, if you've been watching the last couple of days, we've been talking about that potential for some moisture to build from the south and east. And obviously, south and east of us is Miami and South Florida, and that moisture will be coming in our direction. Even if it is something that is non-tropical, it will have some tropical impacts from moisture moving in our direction, and that could build up to some rain chances. Here's a look at a first alert futurecast. This is a look at Saturday afternoon. Notice the moisture down along the Florida Peninsula, northern Gulf. That moisture is angled in our direction. Notice the wind barbs moving in our direction from southeast to north and west. That will help to facilitate that moisture coming northward as we head through the end of the weekend and the start of next week. That will bring us a better chance for some widely spaced showers. Now, understand some of these showers may have some heavy downpours associated with them, but it won't be a constant rain, I think, as we head towards Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week. Now, there will be a front that will approach us from the north on Wednesday. Hopefully, behind that front, ridge of high pressure builds in from Canada that will usher in some cooler air that will take us into the middle and latter portion of next week. In the meantime, a high near 90 degrees here today. Humidity levels dropping off here as we head through tonight into your Friday and Saturday. And for the most part, Sunday morning will probably be comfortable enough, but you'll notice the humidity levels will begin to increase, adding in a few more clouds on Sunday afternoon. A few more showers by the afternoon hours of your Monday, still in the upper 80s, middle 80s on Tuesday and Wednesday. More clouds and a few more chances for rain and rumbles of thunder. Frontal boundary sweeps through the area. That will bring down the temperatures a couple of notches as we head towards the back end of next week.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. Amazing temperatures outside. Once again, another live look from our High 5 camera in downtown Memphis and in Midtown. Just beautiful skies out there, 79 degrees, lower humidity as well. Remember, Action News 5 midday starts at the top of the hour with Jerry Askin and Ariana Poindexter. They'll take you through the next hour with your top headlines, your top stories. You'll also get your forecast for the next 7 days, and then join me once again bright and early tomorrow morning, another edition of the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are everywhere from 7 until 11. We are on actionnews5.com, your free news app, all your digital platforms like Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. We're also on TV if you just want to watch Digital Channel 5.3 or Channel 907 on Xfinity. Have a wonderful rest of your day.